Going to call to order the June 8th, 2026 meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. Would you please call the roll?
Of course. Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
Mayor Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Rectal.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. Well, we get to start with a couple of very special items to honor people who have served the city. The first is a proclamation expressing appreciation to Daniel Bergen upon retirement. And I have asked Councilmember Rectal, would you kindly read the
Dan, are you out
proclamation?
there? Yeah, stand up. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, too. This is for expressing appreciation to Daniel Bergen upon his retirement. Whereas Dan Bergen joined the city of Palo Alto in 2002 and has dedicated 24 years to serving the community through his career in the Library Services Department. And whereas Dan skillfully managed the Mitchell Park Library staff work schedule, balancing library tasks and ensuring that staff provided a variety of services, and was an active participant on the library's branch leadership team. And whereas Dan has tirelessly committed himself to circulating library materials, contributing to a team that moves more than 1 million materials annually between library branches and directly into customers' hands. And whereas Dan wrote and hosted lively, engaging trivia competitions as the resident quizmaster for the library's annual Volunteer Appreciation Luncheon over the past several years. And whereas Dan created and presented a number of history-related library programs, sharing his passion with the public and building rapport with loyal library users who appreciated his positive, engaging, and good-natured approach to community service. And whereas through every challenge in the last 24 years, Dan has contributed his invaluable insight and considerable expertise to help create a stronger library department. Now, therefore, Vicki Vanker, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby recognize Dan Bergen for his dedication and excellent service rendered to the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And if you'd like to share a few words, please
Can't miss this opportunity to say two quick things. Thank you and a comment. I do want to thank first the city because way back in the 80s, I actually got a master's in public administration. So I have a little bit more of a city point of view than perhaps some of my coworkers. And I try and gently remind them of that during labor negotiations. Thank the city for sure for marvelous support. I thank my coworkers and managers who invariably have been wonderful people to work with all the way through 24 years of it. And lastly, most importantly, the customers who just keep coming and coming and coming, keeping us relevant, keeping us active. So that's the thanks. And then the quick comment, kind of based on yesterday at the library, Sunday afternoon, Mitchell Park. People of every demographic moving in every direction, some going up, some coming down, some going that way, some going that way, some going out, some coming in. And I just realized this is really the crossroads of anyone and everyone. And our library motto is libraries are for everyone. And I just want to let you know what a special thing we have going in Mitchell Park. It's not just the library, community center, Ada's Cafe, the park in general, and obviously the Magical Bridge. It has created this synergy that is just so special, and I've loved working there. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bergen. You certainly have made the libraries a very special place for everyone, and we're very grateful. I understand you have some family and library staff who are here with us. Maybe you could point them out.
Jay, 44 years married.
Aww.
Part of got me where I am and who I am just happened to fit perfectly with the library.
Well, that's terrific. We all benefited from that, so thank you. I don't know if anyone else had any comments to make. But if not, Mr. Bergen, if you'd like to come up on the dais, and we'd be happy to take a picture with you. All right. And we have a second joy and a little bittersweet tonight. So we have a proclamation honoring Julie Weiss for 32 years of service to the city of Palo Alto. And I guess Director Eggleston, you will introduce this item?
Yes, if I could say a few words.
Certainly.
Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. So as you mentioned, Mayor, tonight we're recognizing Julie Weiss, who is our Watershed Protection Manager and a Public Works veteran of almost 33 years on her upcoming retirement. And as you'll hear in her proclamation, Julie's been involved in many areas of environmental protection and sustainability. Really ranging from storm drain protection, pesticide reduction, green purchasing, plastics reduction, to sea level rise mitigation, and even efforts to limit access of youth to tobacco products. Really just a wide range of accomplishments. And Julie has led these efforts for decades with grace, a smile on her face, and ongoing perseverance, which has been great. And she's really going to be missed throughout Public Works and the organization. I'd also like to recognize her husband, Rich, and daughter, Chloe, who are in the audience, and really just express Public Works and the city organization's best wishes for her adventures coming in retirement. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Director Eggleston. And I'm now going to ask Councilmember Burt to read the proclamation so we can hear all about your good deeds.
Thank you. So this is actually a personal pleasure to be able to recognize Julie. We as a community take great pride in having long been environmental leaders. And Julie has been at the center of so many of our accomplishments. When you think about a career and how many of us can look back and say, look at all of the long-lasting, very positive accomplishments of my career. Julie is one of those people who can do that. So, whereas Julie Weiss joined the city of Palo Alto in 1993 as an employee of the Zero Waste team, was promoted in 2000 as an environmental specialist in the city's Public Works Watershed Protection Program, to Policy and Public Education Manager in 2016, and ultimately to the Watershed Protection Manager in 2021. And whereas Julie developed the city's integrated pest management policy, coordinated the city's integrated pest management, or IPM program, collaborated with other city departments to reduce pesticide use and promote less toxic alternatives, which resulted in the California Department of Pesticide Regulation twice acknowledging the city of Palo Alto as an IPM innovator. And Julie developed the city's green purchasing policy and efforts that align the city's environmental policies and goals with its purchasing practices. And Julie expanded the plastic reduction ordinances in 2013 and 2015 to eliminate single-use plastics and plastic foam foodware at all retailers and food service establishments, elements of which were among the first in the nation. And Julie managed the 2013 landscaping redesign of the Regional Water Quality Control Plant, which improved the screening and wastewater treatment plant, enhanced public access with improved paths and interpretive signs, and improved habitat and native plants. And Julie developed the city's sea level rise adaptation policy, led the subsequent development of the sea level rise vulnerability assessment, and initiated early sea level rise adaptation planning efforts in collaboration with several city departments. And Julie actively participated in the Bay Area Clean Water Agency's Bay Area Pollution Prevention Group, and was instrumental in spearheading outreach to veterinarians and community to reduce pesticides entering wastewater from flea and tick products. And Julie co-led and subsequently updated the city's 2020 tobacco retail permit ordinance that aligned the city with the Santa Clara County's efforts to prohibit the sale and distribution of all electronic cigarettes and flavored tobacco products, to decrease tobacco-related litter, the number of people exposed to secondhand smoke, and the ability of use to access tobacco products within the city. And whereas Julie Weiss completed 32 years of dedicated service to the City of Palo Alto's Environmental Service Division, now Vicki Vinker, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize Julie Weiss for her years of dedicated service.
I just want to say, Julie, thank you on behalf of the whole city. Your legacy and impact will live on in healthier, happier lives for generations to come. So we are so lucky to have you. And unless anyone has any other comments, I would invite you up here to the dais. I understand that she was not interested, but you're certainly welcome to if you've. Oh, please then.
No, I had first declined because I thought I'd get too choked up. And I still may get choked up, but I reserve the right to do that tonight. I just want to say how fortunate I feel to have worked with this team of people, some of whom I have almost literally grown up with. Karen North, who's been my boss for I don't know how long. I've worked with Brad. You know, as you grow up professionally, you raise your kids together, you buy houses, you get married, you experience career highs and lows. You have some accomplishments, you have some lessons learned. The team that we have in environmental services is A+. And I know that several of you know that, but I could not have ever felt more privileged to have the career I have in the city that values environmental leadership, and I could not feel more privileged than getting to work with these people who are behind me. They are A+, and they will carry forward all of the environmental initiatives that our city has with class and a lot of fire. So they are change agents. So I want to thank them as well.
Excellent, thank you. You want to come on up here? Wow, how fortunate we are in this city to have such talent and such talented people working for us. So thank you both. It truly enriched our city. All right, so we're going to move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. No changes to the agenda this evening, other than just to note, probably for public awareness, that on item number 5, which is the acceptance of the Utilities Reserves Advisory Report and Public Safety Staffing Audit, that staff issued a supplemental memo today, and that attached the management response to the Utility Reserves Advisory Report, really clarifying that tonight's item does not really reflect any policy direction. It simply reflects a report, a resource report from the city auditor that will now lead into discussions with the UAC, the Utilities Advisory Commission, as well as the Finance Committee and City Council. And with that, no other changes this evening.
All right, thank you, and thank you for that clarification. So we will move on to public comment on matters not on the agenda. So, Madam Clerk, how many commenters do we have at this point?
We have 12 requests to speak for items not on the agenda.
Okay, let's go with 2 minutes each, please.
Our first speaker is Austin M.
Good evening, Mayor. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Austin. I'm with Indivisible Palo Alto Plus. First and foremost, I want to thank the council and police department for your continued partnership and for last year's resolution reaffirming your commitment to Palo Alto values and interests in the context of recent federal administration actions. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the Safety Over Surveillance Coalition and here to introduce a letter we shared with the council, the main point of which is simple. We appreciate that the city is conducting an audit, but the audit needs to answer the questions that matter to the public. There are 4 key areas we are asking the city to include. First, data retention and access. What data is retained and for how long? Who has access? What systems are in place that would allow the city to independently verify claims by the company? Second, accountability and compliance. The audit should confirm that Flock's administrative safeguards and internal controls comply with California state law, Palo Alto Municipal Code, and Police Department surveillance use policy. Third, effectiveness. If the city is going to accept the risks of this surveillance system, the public should know what benefits it has produced. That means looking at whether Flock improved case closures, what kinds of cases it helped solve, and whether the evidence supports continued use, not just individual and emotionally charged anecdotes. Fourth, vendor use, data use. The audit should ask whether Flock retains, aggregates, anonymizes, or uses Palo Alto data for analytics, product development, or AI modeling. If the answer is yes, the city should require evidence, not just assurances. For example, what reports can the auditor run to confirm the data has been sufficiently anonymized? Our goal is not to make the audit harder for its own sake. Our goal is to make sure the audit is meaningful. A narrow audit could create false reassurance. A serious audit can help the council, the public, and the police department understand the real risks, benefits, and obligations. We ask the council to direct the auditor to incorporate these questions into the scope and to allow the community
Your time is up.
stakeholders to meet with auditor and share the information we have gathered. Thank you.
Our next speaker is KBT.
Hi, I'm also with the Coalition of Safety Over Surveillance, and I just want to echo what the previous speaker said, that the audit scope is very important. There are lots of things that need to be considered with this, because just having assurances is not really enough. You really have to have actual audit trails to show where these things are actually being stored, what are they doing with our data, and even if they're not necessarily doing anything with the data, then where is it being stored and how are they protecting and making sure that, for example, they actually qualify of passing a SOC 2 report, which is one that actually makes sure that they have the security measures in place to ensure that they can't be hacked, that it can't be accessed by anybody who doesn't have permission. And so that is why we introduced that letter. It's to make sure that the IPA considers all those things, because it can't just be from a law enforcement perspective. Obviously, they are the users, the end users, so it's important that they do have their questions answered, but the public is the one that's subjected to this Flock camera system, so we need to have our questions answered too. So thank you again for allowing us to introduce that letter to you, and we hope it is considered by the IPA as they work that into their audit scope. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tim M.
Greetings, Council. I'm Tim McKenzie with the Silicon Valley Democratic Socialists of America and the Safety Over Surveillance Coalition. I would like to also suggest, in terms of the audit scope, to include research into the false positive rate. Last week, the police chief said he thought it was 99% accurate. Let's say it's 10 times better, 99.9% accurate. With 750,000 measurements every month, that would mean that there are 750 incorrect readings every month, which means there are 25 incorrect readings per day. How much time do we want police officers to spend every week sifting through AI hallucinations, deciding whether it's signal or noise? Just yesterday, a news report came out about a man who was arrested for a month in San Diego erroneously because of a mishit on the ALPR system. These are real specific harms. The false positive rate is not known. It should be included in the audit scope. A lot of tech companies like to move fast and break things. Flock has already broken the public trust. We don't need Palo Alto to be beta testers for faulty technology so that Peter Thiel can make money off of his investment trying to dismantle our democracy. I would also like to echo a point that I heard, I believe it was the mayor make last week, about the consideration of a lawsuit seeking damages from Flock. I think that is a very good idea. I think that there's potential class action status given how many cities in California have had contracts violated, have seen Flock violate state law. So I ask that in addition to researching false positives, which is unknown, and we can't just take Flock at their word because they'll say anything to get money from you, to also include perhaps within the audit scope, the idea of lawsuit with damages. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brandon D.
Hey there, my name's Brandon Downey. I've lived in Silicon Valley for 25 years, working in information security the whole time. I helped build a secure Wi-Fi network for Mountain View, catch hackers attacking Fortune 500 companies, and I've done hundreds of security and privacy reviews for vendors trying to sell me things in that entire time. I'm here today to talk to you about Flock. I'm sure we've all heard all the problems with Flock: unpatched security vulnerabilities, poor architecture for privacy, and pretty much complete absence of public transparency about who is really looking at the data that Flock gathers. But along with these problems is a political one. Flock sells itself as a kind of arsenal of democracy for protecting life and property on the level of local communities. But when you look at what they say, you hear a very different story. Garrett Langley, Flock's CEO in the last year, has had a lot to say. He accused the Flock, an activist organization, for wanting to spread chaos for identifying the number of Flock cameras in the community in a neighborhood. What you or I might call democracy in action, he named as terrorism. He wrote a letter to police agencies all over the country, warning them that public records were being turned into weapons to attack law enforcement. I call it spreading the truth. And when those same requests journalists at 404 Media documented were leaking license plate information to let people know who were the targets of public surveillance, he called those people activists trying to let murderers go free. I call it citizens trying to protect their democracy. And while he talks a big game about democracy, when he was on stage, he was the first one to laugh at what a city council meeting is like. One of the lobbyists who was on stage said that city council members consisted of yahoos and drunk baseball coaches, and he laughed. I don't like that, and I think that motive should be an element of the vendors that a city uses. So thank you for hearing me, and if you have some time, look into what their investors have to say too.
Our next speaker is Brian E.
Hello, my name is Brian Eaton. Council members, thank you for your time. I live next door in Mountain View, about a quarter-mile away. So every time I drive to Summer Winds to buy a new plant, I get an entry in a government database. I do think proceeding with the audit is a good idea. I'd also like to ask that the council cover the cameras now because they're an immediate threat to public safety. I worked in the tech industry for about 25 years, the entire time in information security, privacy, and user trust roles. I've run security reviews. I've responded to security breaches. I've worked on both sides of security and compliance audits. Audits are good, but they're slow, and they're not appropriate to deal with an immediate threat to public safety. The problem here is that the Trump administration still has access to these cameras. No one denies it, including Flock. Flock admits they comply with legal warrants. The Trump administration has control of the Justice Department, and they make up excuses for warrants all the time. Does anyone here seriously think Flock is going to fight Trump about a fraudulent warrant? They're not. They're going to hand over the data. And also, Flock isn't permitted to say a single word to anyone in Palo Alto when that happens. No one in the city will know. The only thing we can do to stop it is to cover the cameras. In case you doubt me on this, you can actually read it on the dhs.gov website. I'm going to try and save time. Just say, ICE query data is not retained by the vendor except to maintain audit logs for use by ICE. Palo Alto won't be able to find anything. Flock and DHS both admit this happens, and so we don't need to wait for the audit. Please make us safer by covering the cameras. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Helen C.
Hi there, I'm Helen Kane. I am from Palo Alto, graduate of Addison Elementary, Jordan Middle, Pali for high school. And I'm sharing about an experience I had as a worker at the Graduate Hotel on University. On April 14th, the Graduate by Hilton Palo Alto fired me with no notice, along with the majority of non-managerial staff at the hotel. Losing my job has been hard, and I'm shocked that the Graduate by Hilton, a brand that themes itself as part of our community, would do this to us. This job was important to me. I grew up in Palo Alto. I went to preschool at Downtown Children's Center near the Graduate. My family knew people who lived in the President Hotel before it was turned into the Graduate, and I know many of us are familiar with all the controversy about the evictions at the President Hotel so that the Graduate could be developed. I came back to Palo Alto because my dad was diagnosed with cancer last spring. I was excited to get a job at the Graduate because it was perfect for me. I could bike to work. I worked mornings, which gave me afternoons to take my dad to the doctor. I had a stable schedule. I had benefits. I loved this job. I know I've served some of the people on the council as a server there. Before we were fired, we were getting ready for the busy season. We were training new staff, fixing equipment, and getting ready for Mother's Day brunch and Stanford graduation. And on April 14th, I got a call from my general manager and an HR person I had never met before, telling me I was no longer an employee of the company. Almost all of my coworkers started to call me and tell me the same, members from housekeeping, engineering, kitchen, and serving staff. We were shocked, hurt, and we heard that they kept operating the hotel by replacing us with temp agency workers. We were held to a standard of hospitality. Hospitality is what we do. Being warm is what we care about, and the coldness of management was really hard to experience. I'm angry that a hotel that worked so hard to open in our community did this to the very people who are the face of their hospitality. And I'm urging each of you to use your influence as leaders in this community to convey to the general manager of the hotel, John
Your
Reynolds,
time is up.
and the hotel manager's private equity firm that the Graduate needs to treat the surrounding community with respect. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sven T.
Sven Thiessen here, 20-year Palo Alto resident, chemical engineer, dad, and now drifting into ministry. As I drift, all of you, especially children, I am concerned with your health and happiness, your well-being, and I'm ministry. So that brings me to cancer, because that's my topic. Natural gas stoves cause cancer and asthma. Asthma, particularly in children. Running a gas stove is like having a smoker in the house. So I want to say thank you to the city for putting in place an induction stove and hot plate rebate program, Learner Hot Plate program, and shifting the city's marketing focus from greenhouse gas emissions to that of health. Yay. Everybody go, yay. So now, unfortunately, we have 1/3 of new builds, homes, still running natural gas lines, primarily likely for stoves, because people have this perception that natural gas stoves are better. Now, thanks to some shenanigans by the natural gas industry, the city can't ban new residential gas line connections directly, but we can make it hard. Just like now you need a notary signature to take your to decommission your natural gas at your home, you should have to need a notary to sign at the build that you're going to put one in. And that would include acknowledging that your gas stove causes cancer, acknowledging that the gas appliances are likely not going to be available thanks to new regulations at the Bay Area Air District. Thank you, Mayor Vicker. And a big chunk of money to pay for that early decommissioning of that line. And I don't have time to talk about Yuba Buena, but please, let's not put in natural gas and electrics at that park. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Matt S.
Hello, Council. My name is Matt Schlegel. I'm a Palo Alto resident. Flock cannot be trusted to prevent the sharing of our data with federal agencies that are actively harming our community members and are violating our Fourth Amendment rights. There's only one way to know for certain that Flock is not sharing with those federal agencies. That is to shut the Flock system down and cover the Flock cameras. As our elected representatives bearing the responsibility for protecting us and our rights, it is imperative that you direct the city staff to shut down the Flock surveillance system and cancel the contract with Flock. While the Flock system is operational, we cannot know if Flock is sharing data with ICE, which is the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Case in point, DHS, Department of Homeland Security, does not permit Flock to maintain auditable records of ICE data inquiries. On page 10 of the DHS's license plate reader data privacy impact assessment, it says, and I quote, ICE query data is not retained by the vendor except to maintain audit logs for use by ICE. On page 16, it says, and I quote, the vendor only retains this information for audit purposes. No other entity with access to the vendor's LPR database can access or use information pertaining to an ICE query. If Flock is complying with this DHS policy, then there's no way of knowing if ICE has queried our data. Please have the independent police auditor confirm this, and please cover the cameras and shut the system down. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kat S.
Hi, I'm Kat Snyder, Palo Alto resident. So on election night, I was hanging out at the Palo Alto Buddhist temple because that's a vote center. And I was waiting about 10:30 for all of our ballots to make it to the registrar of voters, when about 10:15, a lady comes, knocks on the door, says, hi, can I clean inside of here? And she doesn't speak any English. And so I tell her in Spanish, I'm like, I'm sorry, you know, right now, because we've got the touch screens and the ballot printers, you can't come in, but you can come in tomorrow. And so she said, okay. And so she cleaned the rest of the campus. So I just wanted to let you know that undocumented folks, they're the types of people you're going to see taking these nighttime janitorial positions all around the city, because none of the rest of us want to do it. So they're cleaning our religious spaces overnight, our educational spaces, our businesses, and our hospitals. They'll be driving by the ingresses and egresses for Palo Alto, because more likely than not, they don't live here. And as you've just heard, DHS can take a look at that without getting it in our audit logs, which is a little bit troubling. We have been really lucky with respect to ICE in comparison with other places around the country. We have not seen as many mass raids, for example, as you've seen around the country. And Representative Sam Liccardo says one of the reasons that that has happened is that we don't have any mass detention centers anywhere close to us, so it's a logistics thing. This, however, may change pretty soon. So we know of two things. One, ICE they just broke ground on a 20,000 square foot detention center in Gilroy, and there's like little whispers about possibly using the currently closed down federal corrections institution in Dublin, but they'd have to renovate it and things like that as a mass detention center. So I just want you to be aware of this, that there is going to be a lot more ICE activity, I believe, in the future, and I don't think we should have flock cameras tracking our workforce. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa D.
Good evening. On behalf of Indivisible Palo Alto Plus and SOS Palo Alto, Safety Over Surveillance, thank you for your service, and thank you for the recent study session on flock surveillance cameras. We really appreciate that you are investing the time in getting this right. And we want to help you do that, which is why I'm here to invite you to Who's Watching? Safeguarding Our Privacy, a symposium that's part of our Democracy Forum series. We are bringing together some truly remarkable experts. Cindy Cohn, who led the Electronic Frontier Foundation for 30 years, Brian Hofer, Executive Director of Secure Justice and former chair of Oakland's Privacy Advisory Commission, and several other nationally recognized voices on surveillance technology, civil liberties, and community policing. The event is June 28th, 3 to 5:30 p.m. here in Palo Alto, a plenary session followed by smaller group deep dives. You have each received an email invitation. This is a real opportunity to hear from people who know this landscape best, right as you are making decisions that matter deeply to our community. We would love to have you there. Find out more at indivisiblepaloaltoplus.org. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Q.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see everyone. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Palo Alto Ford. I lived in Palo Alto for years. I now live down the road in Sunnyvale. We would like that the SB 79 ordinances please be removed from the consent agenda and put on the regular agenda. Neither the staff report for the June 1st meeting or the council's discussion on June 1st made clear that they were taking final action on the urgency ordinance with no further opportunity for public comment. The council's consideration of the SB 79 ordinance on June 1st didn't start until well after 9 p.m., I believe it was. I mean, I'm a relatively young man and I was struggling to stay awake. And didn't end until after midnight. Many members of the public had to leave before public comments started. Again, I was able to participate because of caffeine and the fact that I'm single. Members of the public, including myself, have serious concerns about the fact that the legal justification for adopting the urgency ordinance is potentially putting the city at risk for lawsuits, which I think in particular makes it necessary for greater public comment, because if you have to defend the lawsuits, you'll be burning public money on that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Fritz K.
Hello, I'm Fritz Kohler. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I'm here with SOS Palo Alto. As the city works through the scope of the Flock's IPA audit, I'd encourage the council to keep the following items in mind. First, a trust and verify approach for Flock does not really work. As for trust, Flock has not shown itself to be trustworthy. As for verify, the Flock system is not designed for third-party verification, and there are not likely to be reliable ways for the city to monitor or audit the actions of Flock system administrators, as was spoken to earlier. Second, Flock has an $8 billion valuation based on its last financing round. With a customer base of 6,000 customers, that equates to roughly $1.3 million per customer. That high valuation multiple assumes Flock's ability to exploit the massive amounts of data that it controls. Flock is highly incentivized to scale its business quickly and monetize as much data as possible. 3, when the primary driver of a multi-billion-dollar technology company is data monetization, we've seen time and time again that compliance can become an afterthought, and compliance lapses are just a cost of doing business. 4, Flock is highly incentivized to bring on lucrative federal customers. Flock is vying for contracts with multiple federal agencies, and those federal agencies will have direct access to Flock systems, which raise a host of potential compliance risks. Lastly, I'd strongly encourage council members to read the memo from the Berkeley Attorney's Office.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all of our public commenters for taking the time to address us this evening. And with that, we will go to council member questions, comments, and announcements, and in a departure from usual practice, I'm going to start because, wow, wow, wow. Palo Alto Pride. I am still on a high from yesterday. And what a joy and a privilege to be part of Palo Alto Pride. I think all of my colleagues who were all there enjoyed being part of it. And I want to report that every one of us was there to raise the new Pride flag. It was just thrilling. So huge thanks to all of those who over the years hoped, dreamed, and advocated for this. And a special thanks to Kristen O'Kane here at the city, who worked tirelessly along with the rest of the city team, including, I know she worked on that all weekend. Thanks to Councilmember Lithcott-Hames for sharing her journey as a queer person. It was nice to have that special personal story there. The planning committee with Maura, Leaf, Sally, Pastor Tom, and so many more was amazing. The sponsors were generous. The community groups tabling were voluminous. We had 40 tables at Palo Alto Pride. But I especially want to thank our teen leaders, Iris and Alex, for stepping up and driving it forward to actually make it happen this year. So I think we really tapped into a community desire for this celebration. It was palpable yesterday, and I, for one, can't wait till next year. So just thank you and congratulations to this whole community. And since I have the mic, just one more thing. I wanted to report out on my trip last week to the U.S. Conference of Mayors down in Long Beach. They move it all around the country, but this year it was in California, so I didn't go very far. On Wednesday, I was invited to facilitate a data centers meeting along with the mayor of Mesa, Arizona, and the mayor of Mableton, Georgia. We had representatives of Meta, SoCal Edison, and Siemens on the panel. And I would say that the takeaway message, which is very similar to the takeaway message over at Stanford at that data center conference, was that cities really have a lot of leverage in negotiating with data centers, whether they are the smaller, like 50 megawatt or less ones that we have here, or the larger ones that are down the road in the city of Santa Clara, or the hyperscalers locating in Utah and other places. You know, we share air, water, and electric resources with those other cities, so it's really key that those cities know their power and know what to ask for in negotiations so we can all avoid the downsides of these centers. So anyway, it was really a good session where cities are beginning to learn about how the right agreements can actually lead to greater capacity, reliability, and affordability, and cleaner air, and maybe even a community benefit or two. So that was a very interesting session. I also learned of innovative housing practices, public-private partnership arrangements, some potential free design services for a city neighborhood here, cool sustainability practices, and more. So I know I sent staff sort of a barrage of emails last week as I was learning these things, but I have some more, and when there's time, I'm eager to share that. And finally, I got to see a milestone. San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria brought the U.S. Conference of Mayors presidency back to California, but he also became the first openly gay mayor in the country to hold that position. And so, you know, he sent a nice note to our Pride celebration yesterday. I texted him last night to thank him, and he was delighted to hear about the success we had here in Palo Alto with that. So lots of good things going on, and I'm looking forward to lots more. So colleagues, any other council member comments this evening? Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So a few things. One, maybe other of my colleagues will speak to the opening of the new Bryant Street Community Center that occurred last Wednesday. It was a great multi-generational event. because that's what that center is going to serve, La Comida and lunches and a teen center and a whole bunch of other exciting things. I also wanted to mention that I was able to join 2 meetings last week with Cubberley tenants, the various nonprofits and user groups, because they really had an interest in understanding more deeply the plan that we have going forward and how it creates opportunities for them. And so we were able to have a really positive dialogue, and I think they have a fuller understanding of where we're hoping to go and the role that they can have in making this a success. And then the last thing is that I want to share that we had on last Friday, as you may know, at VTA, we have an ad hoc committee on the University Avenue station area and really focusing on near-term, medium, and long-term initiatives. We got an update on the Quarry Road extension and the redesign of circulation that would occur as a result of that. The feedback that we gave on the committee was a real concern that the extension of the roadway actually, rather than enhance the bike circulation through that station and to that station, it actually created new detriments, a signal to be crossed, and safety measures. And so we've really encouraged a re-examination and a greater focus on the need to have the bike circulation be improved concurrently with the Quarry Road extension. So we look forward to hearing feedback from the staff and consultants on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to add to what Councilmember Burt and the mayor recently said. First, with regard to the opening of the Bryant Street Center, what I'll add is it was lovely to see the president of the Palo Alto Youth Council take to the mic, along with dignitaries, to add his perspective on what this new teen center in the downtown area means to our youth. I think anytime we give our youth the opportunity to step up to the mic, they astound us. People around me were whispering, he's so articulate, he's so composed, and they of course grow when we give them the opportunity to share their thoughts in a format like that in public, and we grow by listening to what they have to say on the subject. So it's incredibly exciting that the Teen Center is going to be paired with La Comida. The research shows that when you put youth and seniors together, it reaps benefits for both generations. So I'm excited to see what is to come as the programming begins to get further underway and perhaps the hours increase for the teens. But just kudos to everybody, and especially to the youth involved in helping to design the Teen Center. I'm rooting for it to be a big success. And then similarly, with thanks to Mayor Vinker for her kind remarks about the Pride event, I share my gratitude to all who played a role in pulling it off, particularly Director O'Kane and her staff, who just, on top of everything else, this was really an add-on to the work plan and really a passion project, I think, and it really showed. So they did a remarkable job. We had a greater turnout than I think we anticipated. The count is 1,500 to 2,000 over the course of the day, which is fabulous. But again, the event opened with 2 youth stepping up to the mic. Alex and Iris, they were on the steering committee. They were there right from the beginning, and they really led the entire way. And to open the event with 2 recent gun graduates stepping up to share their thoughts on the magnitude of this event happening in their city, it was really moving. So here's to what our youth are able to do when they have the support they need from the city. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you both. And I have to say, I remember walking through what was to be the Bryant Street Community Center when it was just kind of open, and we were trying to imagine all the different things that could go there and what it would take. And so it's delightful that that milestone has been reached. So thank you both for reporting on that. All right, so we will move to our consent calendar, items 3 through 12. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. We have 3 requests to speak.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Ustav G.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Utsav Gupta. I serve on the Utilities Advisory Commission, but these comments are on my own personal capacity. I'm making a comment on item 5 on the consent calendar concerning the Baker Tilly report for our utilities reserves. First, I want to thank the several council members who investigated this after reading my public comment and confirmed that here the word accept is being used really to mean acknowledge receipt. So I really appreciate that, and I further appreciate the city manager's confirmation of that as well, and that the report is not being implemented yet, but will go to UAC and Finance Committee. I do feel for the historians that will have to untangle this word choice in the future just a little bit. I do want us to make sure we are crystal clear about council's intentions here, just because there are real stakes for our utility rates and there are real conversations happening by UAC commissioners and others on how should our reserves look. So again, tonight's action shouldn't be to accept this report in a way that kicks off a process that would review and implement it. The right sequence is for UAC and Finance Committee to review this report first. Before any implementation process. We don't yet know whether this report is good or bad. We need to kick the tires on it. And as I mentioned before, the UAC as a whole seems to be very engaged on this question of reserve policies. Also, if accepting is merely acknowledging receipt, which does raise the question in my mind of why have this process at all. Maybe it is to check a milestone with the consultant's contract, or maybe it's something else. My recommendation would still stand to be to defer this to the UAC to kick the tires on this. I'm sure that there's a lot of interest on this. I'm sure we could review it relatively quickly and bring any recommendations back to the City Council. And nonetheless, it would help alleviate residential concerns, including mine, seeing something like this on the City Council's consent calendar. But if you do choose to consent to accept it or acknowledge receipt tonight, again, please make crystal clear that the report won't be implemented and that your various advisory bodies will have a chance to take a crack at it. Thank you again so much for your service and for your time.
Our next speaker is Becky S.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Vanker. Yeah, a quick check-in about process. I too am speaking about item number 5, and I did talk to Utsav, and I found him very persuasive, but I went and talked to a whole bunch of other people because I don't really understand everything with great clarity about the consent calendar. So here we go. We are putting a report we paid for, but whose results we might challenge on consent without public discussion. I understand that putting this item on consent doesn't mean anything. It's a formality, as it will be discussed at the UAC. So why not wait until it goes to UAC before taking time and money to put it on council consent? The report is brought forward here, I think, without a staff impact report. Did I get that right? Not 100% sure, but I was looking for something about what the impact would be. And I was just wondering, well, why that is not there, and will that be included in the report going to UAC? So anyway, one takeaway from the impact report is that there will be rate hikes within the range of recommendation from Baker Tilly. I think that's a quote. But what if we don't like that range, and does that tie the hands of UAC? And maybe it's just a rubber stamp, but I think rubber stamps have consequences. And so I don't understand why this is on consent, signaling it's a done deal when it isn't. But again, it's my process, lack of understanding process. So I'm just wondering if you guys and ladies would consider taking it off the consent and just popping it over to UAC. Like, is that an issue for you? So thank you very much for your time this evening and for hearing me.
Our next speaker is Herb B.
Mayor Winkler, Vice Mayor Stone, and council members, on item number 4 on the CAO evaluation process, as part of the process is to see, how council appointed officers like the city manager and city attorney did on the council identified priorities and performance indicators. And what the schedule leaves out is the public part of it. That is, prior to going into closed session, the public has an opportunity for evaluations to give their opinions about how the council-appointed officers have done. But if we don't know what those identified priorities are, or what the key performance indicators are, people just come up here and speak about something, but they're not directly related to the criteria that you'll be using in evaluating each council-appointed officer. So it seems to me that as soon as you determine what they are, they should be made public. And then when people come before you to give their opinions, they will have some standard to speak to. And also in the questions for each CAO, they are recommending what those priorities and KPIs should be. And it seems to me it would be helpful for the public to address those also before you go into closed session to determine what those are. And I suggested pulling this from the consent calendar so you can include those in your process. The ones that I know of are from VTA are quantitative key performance indicators, which are similar to the kinds of things we have in the budget. So it may be that you don't have any quantitative ones, they're all qualitative, or they're both some quantitative and some qualitative. But whatever they are, nobody from the public or from the press can speak meaningfully to you when you go into session on evaluations if we don't know what criteria you are using to evaluate each council-appointed officer. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
So I wanted to just take this chance to address one thing, item 12, the map Buena Vista. Of course, this is rather pro forma. I understand that. I don't have a problem with that being approved tonight. I did want to say that I am concerned that still Buena Vistans have not gotten any notice. They have to get a 30-day notice of relocation. And so they have no way to plan for their summers. I just talked to a resident yesterday. Her family bought tickets to go to Mexico, as they do every year, to visit their grandma, and who's very elderly. And I said, how's that going to work? Because if you get the city manager, others have said, well, we think it will be in July, but there's no way to know. And I just wanted folks to know this. I mean, this is just kind of awful. And that's all I really want to say. And I know it doesn't have to do with the map, but it does have to do with how these folks are getting treated, that they can't make plans for their summer. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for your good work generally.
That concludes public comment on consent calendar items 3 through 12.
All right. Well, thank you to all of our public commenters. We appreciate it. Generally. It had to be said. Colleagues, are there any no votes or requests to pull or recusals, or perhaps a motion to approve the consent calendar? Oh, if there are any disclosures to make on the quasi-judicial matter, now would be a good time to do that. Mr. City Attorney, unless you have other thoughts.
Yes, that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for flagging that, Councilmember. Are there any disclosures on item 12? Or 11? 11 is 405 Kipling Street. 12 is the Buena Vista property.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Excellent, thank you both. All right, let's take a vote.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, and with that, I will turn to our city manager for comments.
Thank you, Mayor. City Clerk, could I ask your assistance with just a couple of slides, or a few slides here. Next slide, please. Just want to highlight, as looking forward to the council's July recess, that you could spend it reading. And super exciting opportunity with the library's summer reading program. We've discussed it among our department heads. We're trying to get a little competition going to see who could get the most hours, but it's not quite picking up yet. But we'll figure that out. Hope the council will join us in taking part in this annual enjoyable opportunity for learning. I did want to note, as noted on the last bullet here, there are prizes for participants and not requiring any particular level of involvement. These are raffles with a number of prizes available to community members. Next slide, please. Also want to note, as we move into what is, I think the fire professionals are not calling it fire season anymore, just because it's so unpredictable as to when the risk of wildfire is most acute. But that said, I do want to take the opportunity to remind community members about this topic. Also, we recently released a community update with resources and tips for preparation and availability of resources. This is at paloalto.gov/wildfireprep. Next slide, please. Then here, a little bit of an eye chart, but really just a resource that folks can download, or at least take a quick look at all the wide variety of summer activities that will be ongoing throughout really the summer, starting now through August, including our family movie nights, Twilight concert series, the 4th of July chili cook-off, annual Clay and Glass Festival, as well as our Municipal Services Center open house. Again, the last one there on Saturday, July 25th. Information on this and other events are on our city website. Next slide, please. And finally, looking forward to upcoming council agendas. Want to flag just one more scheduled council meeting before the July recess. Next week, we'll be discussing the budget as well as the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. Then looking forward to August, noting that the August schedule of meetings has been shifted to the 10th, 17th, and 24th. And we have quite a laundry list of items. Really just want to flag that these are the action items or study sessions anticipated in the month of August. Specific dates are still being finalized, but want to make this list available so community members know if they're keeping an eye on an item that we're working on tying those down to specific dates. And with that, Mayor, back to you.
All right, well, thank you. I am told by a friend who works with the blind that ebooks count as reading, and I do a lot of ebooks, so I'm gonna try to participate that way. And I also want to note that our 4th of July chili cook-off is on the 250th anniversary of the United States, so hopefully we can do something special for that too. All right, well, thank you very much, and we are close to on time here, so we will move to our first action item of the evening. It is a public hearing on the urban water management plan, and we will start with staff once they are able to get seated and sorted. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Alan Curatoria, Director of Utilities. Today we'll be presenting the Urban Water Management Plan. I will have Lisa Belair, our Assistant Director of Resources, give the presentation. We also have Adriana Artola. She's our Senior Resource Planner. She'll be in the back here answering all the hard questions as necessary. I also wanted to note that Commissioner Utsav Gupta is here as well. He's the UAC representative for this action item. Thank you. Oh, sorry. And there's also Tom Spiegel with Bosca here, and so if there's any questions for him, we can send his way as well. So, Lisa.
Yes, so I'm here to talk to you about the Urban Water Management Plan. This is a regulatory compliance document that we need to submit to the state, the Department of Water Resources, by the 1st of July. If you could go to the next slide, please. The city has actually been filing urban water management plans for the last 40 years, and our next one is due in July. The state requires urban water management plans every 5 years, and one of the main goals of the urban water management plan is to demonstrate that we have water supply reliability over a 20-year planning timeframe. Palo Alto needs to have a current urban water management plan on file to be eligible for any state grants or loans. And that is really critical for Palo Alto because we do have state grants and loans. For example, we have $192 million of a state revolving fund loan for the secondary treatment upgrades at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. So we have a really excellent interest rate on that of 0.8%, and that's a very important project that we're funding. So it's something we take very seriously to maintain our compliance through this filing. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk a little bit about what the Urban Water Management Plan is and also what it's not. This is, as I mentioned, a prescriptive document where we're following the requirements in the California Water Code. We have to, as I mentioned, demonstrate that we can meet future water demands given growth, and we're basing our growth requirements on our planning department's planning numbers from the regional housing needs allocation and from the housing element. There's many different required components. A couple key ones I've listed here are the water demand analysis update, water supply reliability update, and the water shortage contingency plan, which really is our plan when we enter into a drought. And I just wanted to note that, all of Palo Alto's water supply comes from the regional water system, which is truly an amazing system coming of pure snow melt water coming down from Yosemite through a series of tunnels and pipes into Palo Alto through gravity-fed system. What the Urban Water Management Plan is not, it's not a contractual or legal agreement. We do have a contract with SFPUC, our water supply agreement, and so that addresses the contractual issues. It's not a long-term commitment to any of these demand forecasts or alternative water supply investments, and it is not a rate-setting document. So the results of this Urban Water Management Plan are not going to raise or lower Palo Alto's rates. Next slide, please. So in terms of what you'll see in the Urban Water Management Plan, we have a demand forecast. You can see on the chart the demand over the last 40 years or so in Palo Alto. And you can see that going into the future, we do actually have a declining slightly demand forecast there, even though we have increasing population included in this forecast. So some of the reasons for that include increasing water conservation and efficiency, also the assumption that new housing is high density and multifamily, and also some new requirements, new regulatory requirements, both for efficiency and also for things like not watering non-functional turf. I also want to mention on this slide, the slide deck doesn't go into it in great detail, but as I mentioned, one of the key items is water supply reliability, and our supplier, SFPUC, has provided 2 scenarios for water supply reliability with the Bay Delta Plan amendments and without the Bay Delta Plan amendments, both of which are included in the Urban Water Management Plan. With the Bay Delta Plan amendments implementation, the wholesale cutbacks range from 31% to 48% during multiple dry years. And this is reflected in the Urban Water Management Plan and has been discussed in more detail with the UAC. And without the Bay Delta Plan amendments, there will be no cutbacks in multiple dry years. Next slide, please. A little bit about the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, or WSCP. This is a series of 6 stages. The stages are required by the state, as listed on the slide, and this plan identifies the actions that the city of Palo Alto is going to take if we need to get cutbacks of up to the different levels listed for each of the stage. When we implement the stage, we will come to the city council and we can make changes to the actions in the water shortage contingency plan. So this is a plan, but it doesn't bind us to these actions. Next slide, please. So the adoption schedule that we've gone through this year is we brought the preliminary information on the Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan to the UAC on March 31st, and then on May 6th, we brought the full Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan draft to the UAC, who then voted to approve the Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan, and also voted to attach a letter from Commissioner Gupta that you can find in your packet tonight as attachment C to this item. That's for the council members' awareness. And then tonight we're here on June 8th for council review and adoption, and then the deadline to file with the California Department of Water Resources is on July the 1st. And the motion on the next slide is a recommendation to adopt a resolution adopting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and resolution adopting the 2025 Water Shortage Contingency Plan. And with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any of your questions.
All right, well, thank you very much. I certainly appreciate the presentation. Given that this is a public hearing, I will ask council if they have any clarifying questions. We will then take public comment on the matter, see if there's any more clarifying questions for any of the multitude of resource people we have here. And then we will close the public hearing and have council debate and dialogue. I think, Mr. City Attorney, I got that right. Okay. Thank you. So, colleagues, do you have any clarifying questions at this point? Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, Lisa, thank you for those clarifications on exactly what it is and what it isn't. I was very interested in understanding kind of the UAC's direction. It was interesting that they did not incorporate Commissioner Gupta's recommended language changes, but did advocate that it be presented, which is a little unusual. As I read them, I found many of them pretty compelling, and so I didn't want to. Commissioner Gupta is here to represent the full commission, and then separately we have his recommendations. Does staff have any insights on the discussion that the UAC had and why, what they disagreed with about Commissioner Gupta's recommended changes?
My perception of that discussion was that it didn't go into a lot of depth about each of the commissioners' concerns and comments about it. That was my perception, but some of the commissioners expressed that they didn't agree with all of the points in the letter.
So I guess I would have hoped that they would have flushed out what they agreed with and what they didn't agree with, and then made recommendations on that basis, but we are where we are tonight. Okay, thank you.
Director Curatori, did you have something to say?
I just wanted to add that as part of this regulatory document, we have been including SFPUC's projections and what it looks in terms of the potential reductions during those scenarios of reduced supply. And that is consistent with what we've done in the past, and it's also consistent with the rest of the BOSCA members as well, the other 26 members. So I think that also was a discussion point as part of the UAC in terms of what this document is and what it does and what it does not do. So that was part of the discussion as well.
Well, and I'll just say at a high level, this set of the basis for these recommendations that Commissioner Gupta has made has been something that the council has for a number of years discussed and really in principle embraced as a city. We took a position before Bosca that was a minority position a number of years ago, and we've continued to, successive councils have looked at it and I think largely continued to support that position. And that position seems to be aligned with Commissioner Gupta's comments and not with what we receive in the staff report. But I'm not, so I want to really ask, am I missing something?
Are you alluding to the support of the city's position for the Bay Delta plan as part of that, or?
Well, that is part of it, yeah. Okay. But it's the set of assumptions that that the SFPUC has made on a worst-case drought forecast and what would be the shortages, all the things that are reflected in the red lines of Commissioner Gupta. They kind of emanate from the same set of principles.
Yes, I think that's a really good point, and those are some items that the council members and Vice Mayor Stone as the Boston director has raised. And so I think that the reason you're seeing a discrepancy there in terms of what staff is raising in this item specifically is because we're viewing this item as a compliance document. This is a regulatory compliance document, and it really isn't a forum for bringing those issues such as the design drought and trying to make a change there to the SFPUC. So that's the reason for it. It's not that those types of positions are not important or that work doesn't need to happen. It just needs to happen in a different forum. This is about bringing a compliance document to the state, following those very prescriptive requirements in the California Water Code, and then putting that information according to those prescriptive requirements into the Urban Water Management Plan accordingly, and just meeting the state's requirements.
Okay, my last question, given that it's a compliance document, does it in some way prohibit us from incorporating these edits?
Let me comment on that a little bit. I'd say that, because it's a regulatory compliance document, and as I mentioned, it's not a forum for our water contract. We have a separate contract with the SFPUC, the water supply agreement. So to the extent that there's statements that we put into our urban water management plan that may conflict with the water supply agreement, we think that that would require legal review. And also it could potentially raise confusion or conflicts if that information goes to the state and has different information than what's in our water supply agreement. Additionally, in terms of staff validating and vetting some of the statements in Commissioner Gupta's letter, we have not done that. So we are trying to prepare an urban water management plan that has complete and accurate information in it. And so that's something that's a step that we would need to take.
Okay, I'll come back under comments. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just have a couple clarifying questions. On the population projections through 2050, you talked about it, but there's one thing that just doesn't quite make sense to me. I know the study assumes our population increases to 91,532 people by 2035, assuming we meet our RENA targets, which would be great. I hope we get there. But then it stays flat for 15 years. And of course, we know our housing numbers. Well, sorry, we don't know what our housing numbers are going to be for the next housing element. We do know it's going to be 0 in every single housing element. They're significantly higher. I would imagine the next one will, I think, good chance it's higher than the current one we're in. So can you talk about kind of how then that, and why the assumption is we stop in 2035 and the assumption's kind of based on that?
So the numbers, I'm trying to see where the year 2035 is. The numbers don't quite work like that. It's not just stopping at a certain point in time. What's going on here is there's a per capita forecast going out into the future, and that it depends on a lot of different factors, including price elasticity, as in addition to population, in addition to efficiency. And then that per capita number is multiplied by the population number. And so it is very slightly changing over time. It's a little bit hard to discern it in the chart, but it's not just a flat line number. It's a number that has forces pushing it up and down. And so it's kind of changing only a very little bit over time.
So I was referring to table 1 on page 207, population current and projected, and it increases until 2035, and then, at least according to that table, remains consistent. So am I misreading the table? I totally get what you're saying on multifamily housing has less demand than single family with all the irrigation demands and everything else, and we're getting more efficient and better at being able to conserve water. I get all of that. I guess I'm just kind of confused on that, on this piece of the population.
Thank you, and I apologize for my confusion. Adriana is going to try to answer your question.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Yes, I can see why there might be some confusion around looking at those population numbers. When we were preparing the urban water management plan we started this process about a year ago, we discussed, or we coordinated with our planning department. So we worked with our planning department, worked with their analysts to determine what was the best approach for updating the city's demand forecast using the model facilitated by BOSCA, right? So we're working with this model, working with a consultant to figure out what is Palo Alto's approach to this. So we did decide to follow exactly what's in our council-approved housing element, which is to take the RENA numbers, take the population assumptions in the housing element, which uses ABAG 2040 projections. That's the ABAG is the Association of Bay Area Government Agencies. So we use those population assumptions the reason why it assumes the population growth occurs through 2031 and then flatlines from there has to do with the approach for the model, updating the model, kind of thinking about, okay, if we're adding population in correspondence to housing development growth, how is that going to look on a per capita basis? So it's kind of a little bit of backing into these population numbers into our model that we were working with. Does that answer your question?
If I can add real quick. So
yeah,
these are our best projections that we can make to 2050 at this point. We do anticipate some changes in state law in terms of, as Assistant Director Billier mentioned, on this non-functional turf. We actually see some reductions in that. So if you look at over long-term projections, that's what we're seeing. Now, we do update this every 5 years. So this is not static. We are far below our individual supply guarantee with San Francisco PUC, so I want to mention that as well. And we're not alone. We're, I think, one of 3 agencies in the BOSCA service territory, and I can be corrected on this, that have actually shown lower projections over time. Looking at our per capita water use and the potential growth and intensification and types of residential, we're probably going to see that average use per capita go down. So it does look a little odd and strange, but if you look over our long-term trend and our water use, it's actually gone down over several years. It's peaked, decades ago.
So you should focus more on the kind of per capita use rather than the actual kind of projection of people living in the city.
Correct. Per capita use and added, so it does balance out.
Okay, thanks. And then one final question. I know one of the big concerns is that in multiple dry years, we might be asked to reduce water usage by up to 48% of the demand projections, not the individual supply guarantee agreements. To be clear, are those the SFPUC's demand projections or our own?
The reduction is based on an average of the most recent usage that Palo Alto has. I think it's a 3-year average of the most recent usage.
Okay, thanks for that clarity, which is just kind of frustrating that I feel like we get penalized for being so efficient and having done all this work to be able to encourage our residents to be able to conserve and use less water. And now we're going to be starting off of a lower baseline than a lot of other communities. But I know we're just on questions right now. So those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Not seeing any other lights. I just have a follow-up question to Councilmember Burt's questions. So I follow that staff is saying this is not a forum for bringing the design drought issue to SFPUC, that it's a compliance doc following prescriptive requirements, and in fact is one that if we get it filed within the month, well, that's what makes us eligible for that $192 million water loan that we pursue. So that's important. My question is, there has been interest in this design drought issue around town, around council, various, and as Councilmember Burt said, not just this year, but previously. So is there sort of a parallel track that this could be pursued? Is this, if in other words, that UIC could consider it, or just, in other words, this isn't our only shot. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is that the case?
Actually, I want to defer to Vice Mayor Stone in terms of his representation at Bosco.
Yeah, I think that the route, likely the most appropriate route, is through our representation on the Bosco board to be doing this, and I'm happy to speak about it in more detail. But yeah, these are, I would say, most of the issues that are contained in Commissioner Gupta's letter and are issues that I've been raising at the Bosco board since 2023 now, and probably almost at every meeting. Sometimes our director, I question him quite a bit on it, so I'm sure he can speak to that as well. So I think this is an issue. I think most of these issues, especially with regards to design drought and demand projections, et cetera, are I know I've been advocating for at the Bosco level, and seems to be really the one place that the city has a little bit of leverage when dealing with the SFPUC, if we can all speak collectively as 26 agencies. And I know in particular the issue of the design drought I brought up at the last meeting. My hopes that the board could take up and make a formal recommendation to the SFPUC to re-examine the design drought and maybe consider other options, such as the drought of record, which I understand Valley Water and other large agencies around the state do. And there were several other board members that expressed interest in that. I have followed up with the chair of Bosco multiple times and just received confirmation from him on Friday that they will be agendizing that discussion sometime before the end of the summer. So hoping to be able to get a majority of the 26 agencies on the Bosco board to agree that this design drought really makes no sense, and that they should be re-examining it. So I think that is definitely probably the most appropriate place for us to be pursuing these type of frustrations.
Very helpful, Vice Mayor, thank you. All right, and with that, seeing no lights, I will turn to public comment. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We have 11 requests to speak.
Okay. Oh, boy. Given our full agenda, let's go with 2 minutes each.
Our first speaker is Susan S.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Susan Stansberry. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for over 35 years. I first came to Palo Alto to volunteer for the International Earth Day campaign, which was on Emerson in 1990. And I stayed in Palo Alto in large part due to our community's environmental leadership. One of Palo Alto's positions I wholeheartedly agree with is the city's support of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. The Bay Delta and the rivers that feed into it are near ecological collapse, which I find alarming. If the Bay Delta Water Quality Plan were implemented, more water would be released into the rivers and give salmon, other fish species, and the ecosystems at large a chance to rebound. My understanding of the SFPUC numbers is that the drought design is unrealistic and the demand projections are inflated. Yet the Palo Alto Urban Water Management Plan is required to use them. Commissioner Gupta's suggested edits leave these numbers in, yet give clarity to their provenance. I urge you to adopt his edits so we have a more accurate urban water management plan, just for the record. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cedric DLB.
Hello, Council. Thank you. Cedric de la Beaujardière. So the SFPUC is basing its decisions on a mega drought scenario that is estimated to only occur once in every 8,000 years. Each dry season, fearing this will be the year the mega drought starts, the SFPUC hoards water behind its dams through the summer months, causing low water flows, which get unnaturally warm, killing salmon, causing algal blooms, and causing massive die-offs. The salmon populations are down to 1% or less of their historic counts. We've lost over 99% of the salmon since we started counting. Thus, out of a fear of this highly unlikely 1 in an 8,000 year event, we are creating the near certainty of the extinction of salmon and other species. The SFPUC is not being a good steward of the rivers it manages, and its policies could be considered criminal insanity. Climate change is upon us. Ecosystems are on the brink of collapse. Species are going extinct. We cannot survive business as usual. Business as usual is what got us into this mess. We need to pull our collective heads out of the sand of these artificially dry riverbeds. We all need to do our part to protect and restore. The good news is, if we start doing things right, or at least stop doing harm, nature can recover. So as a city, let's insist that the SFPUC endorse the Bay Delta Plan, start releasing more water into its rivers, into our rivers regularly, and facilitate the healing of our riparian ecosystems. Please adopt Commissioner Gupta's recommendations into our urban water management plan. Our plan should reflect the city's values and priorities. If this leads to confusion at the state level as to conflicts between our plans and the SFPUC's positions, then I would say that is a good thing, as it will raise awareness at the state level as to the SFPUC's failures to properly steward our rivers. Finally, locally, we have 2 riparian-related projects, the Stream Corridor Protection Ordinance and the restoration of Matadero Creek in North Ventura area.
Our next speaker is Becky S.
Okay, yeah, Becky Saunders from Ventura. All righty, right quick. Okay, so I've attended presentations by Peter Dreckmeyer about the modeling that's undergirding the drought modeling, and I talked to some other really smart people, and I took a walk through the scenarios with them. And seriously, the numbers SFPUC are using are way overblown. They're planning for the worst case scenario, nothing like it yet to be seen, but no basis in climate change or any data except what they whipped out of their arsenal of bad data practitioners over there. Are we really compelled to submit our UWMP knowing the numbers are fallacious? Is verifying Commissioner Gupta's numbers not something staff has time to do? This document will govern us for the next 5 years. I congratulate the UAC, Commissioner Gupta, activist Peter Dreckmeyer, Vice Mayor Stone for bucking the rubber stamping syndrome and calling out the emperor's new clothes here. Not reserving the right to challenge FAPUC's disaster drought modeling will lead to unnecessary rate hikes that will be a burden, not to just Palo Altans, but to all of SFPUC's customers. Plus, the real catastrophe will be the undermining of Palo Alto's own stated environmental records of goals of aligning with the Bay Delta Plan. So that's our current plan of record. So rates going through the roof and starving the Bay of promised water for no good reason are the net results of this modeling. Please accept Commissioner Gutzof's amendments to the Urban Water Management Plan and submit it with those. We will meet our deadline while calling out the garbage in, garbage out put forth by FFPUC. Double quickly thank you, Vice Mayor Greer, for being the lone voice crying in the wilderness at Bosca. I really hope they will listen, but most agencies seem to be dialing it in. So thank you very much for your time and consideration. This is super important. Okay, thanks.
Our next speaker is Peter D.
Good evening, Peter Dreckmeyer, Policy Director for Yosemite Rivers Alliance. We have a really great Utilities Advisory Commission. They put a lot of time in and save you a lot of work. Commissioner Gupta is especially wonderful on that commission. We also have a very good Bosca representative in Greer Stone. Thank you for that. Our staff has disappointed me. They're more loyal to Bosca than to Palo Alto. There was this question about verification. Everything in Commissioner Gupta's memo came up on March 31st, more than 2 months ago, and staff was asked to verify anything that needed verification. Well, nothing's happened. This is right out of the playbook of the SFPUC in Bosca. They want everyone to think it's like, oh, there's a different opinion. Well, opinions are based on fact, and we're always willing to participate in public forums. They don't show up. Vice Mayor Stone will recall last October, Palo Alto League of Women Voters had a forum right here, and the SFPUC in Bosca declined to participate. So I hope you'll stand strong. Supporting and incorporating Commissioner Gupta's language is not going to cause any problems. And it's just a first step. Every time we talk about water, you express interest. I know that you care. We need to do something. We need to have a study session as soon as possible. Get Bosca and the SFPUC and the staff, if they want to participate, show their work. We will show our work, okay? I'm hoping we can do that shortly after the break. Not a whole lot of time here, but a lot of people covered a lot of good things. It's interesting that Valley Water's Urban Water Management Plan has no alarm bells. SFPUC says 43% rationing, maybe 48 for Palo Alto. San Francisco has a much more reliable water supply. 8 reservoirs, a water bank, enough water to last 6 years in storage, 3 years worth of water in an average year. Valley Water doesn't have any of that. They depend a lot on the State Water Project. The big difference is the design drought versus the drought of record. If we plan for the drought of record, we could manage that with the Bay Delta plan in place without 5 years without any rationing, without any new alternative water supplies, 6 years with rationing, 7 years with realistic demand projections.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Julianne F.
Okay, I'm Julianne. I am a Palo Alto resident for 30 years. I've strongly encouraged the council to incorporate Utility Commissioner Gupta's suggested language into the, I just broke it, the UWMP prior to approval. We in Palo Alto are fortunate to have a diligent UAC. They have looked carefully at the SFPUC water use and population projections for the Bay Area. Our UAC has noted that the SFPUC numbers are incorrect. Because of these incorrect projections, there are many costly water-related projects proposed by the FSPUC and absurd threats for more than 40% water rationing in the future. The SFPUC has imposed large water rate hikes on Bosca members. I have attended several SFPUC meetings over the years and a Bosca meeting. The SFPUC meetings are particularly discouraging as the board allows staff to drag out the same tired statistics year after year in spite of the excellent scientifically based information presented to them. I see a glimmer of hope for Bosca as our rep, Greer Stone, and Betsy Nash of Menlo Park have been encouraging other Bosca members to do more than sit in their chairs. I became interested in the workings of the SFPUC back in 2018. At that time, my main reasons had to do with environment. However, I still feel that way, but I am also now concerned about our residential water rate hikes. Water use throughout the Bay Area, as we all know, has either decreased or been flat for at least 30 years. Our thrift shows up in the published water statistics, yet the SFPUC.
Your time is up.
I urge you to adopt Mr. Gupta's amendment. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dave W.
Thank you. What service? Thank you all for your service. I'm Dave Warner, and thank you for agendizing the approval of the Urban Water Management Plan. As you likely know, it has alarmist rationing language from our water supplier, the SFPUC, including calling for 42% rationing or stage 5 rationing plan in year 2 of a drought. So I really have should the Bay Delta plan be implemented? I've really got sort of 3 major concerns. The first one is it's a compliance doc, but the compliance doc should reflect our city's values. And the second thing is a layperson that reads that compliance doc will look at it and say, holy smokes, 42% rationing in the second year. That leads to my third point. Anyone that reads that is going to say, why in the world is Palo Alto supporting the Bay Delta plan when we're going to face 42% rationing in the second year of a drought? So my big itch here is, to me, when the SFPUC provides these percentages, in a way, it's a political presentation. They're saying, okay, anyone that reads your UWMP is going to look and see these percentages. And that's why I really support Commissioner Gupta's language. So I hope you'll press to add language to our urban water management plan to put these alarmist percentages in context, as Commissioner Gupta's letter does. And please pass a resolution to do this. I don't think it's in the proposed resolutions that were in the packet. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sonia B.
Hi, my name is Sonia. I live in Palo Alto also 30 years. Please accept and incorporate into Palo Alto's urban water management the amendments written by UAC Commissioner Gupta and forwarded to the council by the UAC. Having reviewed this material, we're convinced the information from the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission is wrong and will trigger unnecessary and huge rate hikes to all customers of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Phyllis B.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Phyllis Brown, more than 40 years in Palo Alto. And I need to revise my remarks a little bit because I came confused by the material that we were given, and now I know that I'm not the only one who was confused. I'm troubled that the staff did not do the research into the numbers, the information the Commissioner Gupta provided. It seems to me that that would be the job for due diligence to prepare for this meeting. I've heard a lot about other concerns that go even deeper than my concerns, but I'll add to the group of people who are saying, please incorporate Commissioner Gupta's emendations into whatever you approve. We don't need to rubber stamp something that we know is not in the best interests of our city and our long-term planning. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry H.
Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight, it sounds like a broken record, I know, but I'm here tonight in support of Utility Commissioner Gupta's letter to you, expressing the flawed modeling and statistics that the San Francisco Public Utility Commission is now pushing to us to jack up our utility rates to all the citizens throughout the Bay Area. It's vital that our city push back as much as possible on what the SFPUC is proposing around a so-called drought emergency, that they stop including these massive water proposals, which they know won't happen for another 8,000 years. Please take the comments that Commissioner Gupta has put forward to this council and include the amendments that have already been approved by your own Utility Advisory Commission. We must put a stop to these proposed measures because they truly impact residents. The rate increases that people are experiencing, not only in utility rates, but in water rates, must come to some controlled end. It's really, truly impacting residents, and it's time to say no to the SSPUC. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Claire E.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Vinker and fellow council members. My name is Claire Elliott. I am a Palo Alto resident and retired water quality engineer and ecologist. I want to start by thanking staff, commissioners, and the council for supporting a water shortage contingency plan with conservation at its core. But I hope, like many others, that the council will not adopt the urban watershed management plan until staff can incorporate Commissioner Gupta's proposed edits to the plans. His edits will ensure that the city voices valid concerns about SFPUC's drastically inflated design drought scenarios and address other issues related to finance and water storage. Please also ensure that Palo Alto holds the SFPUC to implementing the version of the Bay Delta Plan that the city supported in 2018 to provide more water for the Tuolumne River. On a related topic, I hope Palo Alto does not support the Pure Water Peninsula Plan. Although I strongly support recycled water projects, our tax dollars should be put to use supporting projects that decentralize the capture and treatment of stormwater, gray water, and wastewater where they are generated. This water can then be used downstream for non-potable purposes, eliminating the need for expensive and CO2 generating pumps and treatment by reverse osmosis. Thank you very much for attention to all of our comments and for making smart use of our dollars and our even more valuable asset, our water.
Our next speaker is Chris B.
This is Chris Tucker, Chris T. May I proceed?
Yes.
Hi, Chris Tucker. I'm Utsav Gupta's colleague on the UAC, and I'll speak briefly because I'm sure you've heard comments from our meetings. I simply want to emphasize the point made earlier that we're basically looking at a certainty of doing serious harm, permanent harm to a salmon and fish-based ecosystem versus the 1 in 8,000 year probability of the what I've called before a Frankenstein design drought model. So of course I strongly support the comments, the memo from Utsav Gupta into the UWMP. Like others have said, I do not consider this plan just a formality, just something, a box check exercise to assure our grants. It is a chance to make a statement. And I think with all respect to our, the terrific work that Greer does with BOSCA, the timeline and probability of this working through BOSCA only approach will be too long and drawn out. And therefore, I would urge council to consider other ways to bring political and PR pressure on SFPUC and with as many BOSCA colleagues as we can get to join the message, but working solely through the BOSCA membership and board, I fear will be too long a process. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Chris B.
Hello, my name is Chris Brosnan. I'm a proud Palo Alto resident of 38 years. And I would like to express significant skepticism that we are going to increase our population by 50% and we're going to lower our water use. I mean, I just don't believe you, to be honest with you. But anyway, I would also like to say that there is no non-functional turf left in Palo Alto. Turf exudes more oxygen per square inch than any other alternative. And in our extremely polluted urban environment, it is very imperative that we have as much oxygen coming out as possible. I mean, if you're telling me that little Johnny doesn't deserve to have a little, yard that he could actually breathe in, while there's cars coming by, trucks coming by, all kinds of stuff like that. I mean, that is just such a cynical view of humankind. I don't have a whole lot more to say about this, but I do want to thank all of my fellow residents for their very informed and very interesting comments. And this is one of those moments where I'm so proud to be in Palo Alto, man. I mean, I don't think you really find this around the world as much in my experience anyway, but thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on action item 13.
All right, well, thank you to all of our public commenters. We appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts with us. So we will return to the public hearing to see if there are any more clarifying questions from council before we close the hearing, and then we will move on to council dialogue and debate. Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, a question for the city attorney. This is a compliance document. Is there any potential downside of including policy remarks in the compliance document?
I think it's more of a question of effectiveness rather than a legal risk.
Okay, so it may not have any upside, but you don't think it has any downside?
I'm not aware of any significant legal risk from including these comments.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of, from a perspective of anything that could harm the city, we just want to make sure that as we prepare this information and provide it to the state for our compliance purposes, that it's clear and doesn't create any confusion or discrepancies in information that's out there.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, so for example, there's some statements in the letter that reserve certain water rights and say that we will take certain positions in order to implement drought stages. These are things that are governed by our water supply agreement, which is the contract that Palo Alto has with SFPUC and with the other 25 wholesale customer agencies. And so to the extent that there's any conflicting information, we would prefer for that to be reviewed internally by legal and others in order to make sure that that doesn't become a point of confusion at the state level where this is being reviewed by state agencies and being used for water supply planning at a state level. So we just want to make sure that the information that we're providing is clear and consistent.
Okay, so if the council wanted to include those comments, would you then feel utilities would have to review that before we would send it on?
I think utilities would want to take out any of the language that really may conflict with our water supply agreement. Putting a table with, say, an alternative scenario. I mean, we looked at those scenarios. We have the bell curve. So under one scenario, we don't have any drought restrictions or cutbacks under the Bay Delta plan, which I know is controversial and provided by SFPUC in terms of their analysis. That's the other end of the bell curve. The information provided by Commissioner Gupta is somewhere in the middle. That said, there are some positions that the Urban Water Management says that we'll take on a policy level that probably shouldn't be in there. That would be probably better for a separate document, not as a part of the Urban Water Management Plan.
Okay, so if we have a July 1st deadline, is that something that you can turn around in time?
If that is council direction, then that is council direction.
Well, let me add, if I could, given, and staff can correct me if I'm not stating this correctly, but given that the state Department of Water Resources or others will be reviewing the report, it would actually maybe in the city's interest and necessary to preview the language with them in advance of submittal, rather than submit and then have it create some complications on their approval. So again, in the turnaround time between now and the end of the month, I think it's fair to say we don't know if we'll be able to get a clear read within that time frame.
Okay, so staff, if we did agree with those comments, what's the best way to go forward?
So I think, as Vice Mayor Stone pointed out, there's a lot of these comments that can be addressed through working collaboratively through our collective action with our neighboring cities, with BOSCA staff, and bringing that information forward to the SFPUC. I think that if, in terms of some of the other information, for example, if you agree with changes to the water supply agreement, there are changes to the water supply agreement that happen from time to time. Since I've been here over the last 9 years, there's been 2 rounds of amendments. So we can work again with BOSCA, with our BOSCA director, and try to advocate for changes to the water supply agreement. If there's positions on capital projects, such as Pure Water Peninsula or other capital projects, those we would want to address and we plan to address. It's very important for Palo Alto staff to be looking out for any costs that Palo Alto residents and businesses may experience and that could impact us. And those we need to be advocating in the capital budget process, as well as the alternative water supply plan update in 2028 at the SFPUC. So those are some of the forums and places that we need to be bringing that information forward.
Okay, so would you recommend, if we did agree with the comments, that we don't do anything with this document, or that we make limited changes? What's the best way?
So something opine if, and really council's direction is important here. We would recommend going with this, the baseline document as prepared. If council wants to include an alternative and talking about a middle scenario, we would want to keep that narrowed in that perspective in terms of how it's discussed. And some of the other items that we were talking about that are more our position or what we want to pursue or what we're looking at in terms of some of these pure water projects. There's other venues for working with Vice Mayor Greer as our BOSCA representative, who's already brought this up. There is an opportunity in 2028 when BOSCA and SFPUC look at their alternative water supplies and looking at bringing other customers into permanent status. So there's a time and opportunity coming up, but in terms of working on the urban water management plan, we don't see that as the best place for that action in trying to get this document through. So there is a timeline where we would have to talk to the state in terms of these changes. It may be that we would have to submit, or we would want to submit the current plan in its existing form. If council wants us to resubmit an amended plan, that we just want to make sure we meet the deadlines and our obligations.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I was going to ask if we send this in as staff has proposed, if we somehow waived our right to object to the SFPUC design drought. But I've heard the comments that to have a document out there where we appear to sign on to them, that, that raises some issues, given that we do have these concerns. So my question instead is, so I understand the concerns about confusion and that kind of thing if we were to add these in now and or needing to vet them. Would you have any concerns about this meeting the deadline and getting through and all of that if we added somewhere, wherever appropriate in the document, a caveat that said something like, while our response is based on the SFPUC's design drought and water supply reliability analysis, this is not an endorsement or concurrence in those analyses, and the city reserves our right to object to those analyses in other fora. I mean, can we just say that and make it really clear? And then, that we're not necessarily saying yes, but we're giving you what you need for this purpose, this compliance purpose, and you may hear from us at other places. Would that be something?
That would be workable, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Liu?
I was really just about to ask a question on the same point, but firstly, I'll say that I do appreciate the staff's work here. I think it is hard to really read what the right action to take is in taking from the UAC record, bringing this to council. And I understand that finding the right venue to take these really valid points is difficult. Really, pretty much along the same thread of what the mayor was just talking about, would it be workable or potentially more effective to include a transmittal letter with this plan, and in that transmittal letter include a few paragraphs with points that are aligned maybe with similar letters or points that our vice mayor has made before to Bosca? If so, could that be a viable option to just get this submitted in time and also have more effective advocacy? Because a transmittal letter would have a few paragraphs up front in a clear way rather than including some paragraphs sort of dotted throughout the document. So yeah, what's staff's reaction to that as a potential option?
Conceptually, that sounds just fine. I do need to check the Urban Water Management Plan guidebook to see if there's any guidance on transmittal letters. So I need to do that. I try to do that quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just add that, I mean, there is language in the water code that would, support that kind of approach, because it does provide that, as, we can rely on information provided by a wholesale water supplier for to meet some of the requirements in the report. And so it might be possible, we'd have to work with utilities on how to frame that, but it might be possible to reference that language and just to sort of give the context that council is trying to provide.
Okay. When it is the right time, if it is not already, I think, okay, I can come back to the idea of a transmittal letter and comments. Thanks.
Yeah, so it's carrying on with the questions. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I was interested in exploring similar avenues. I think each of these is interesting. I was initially inclined to ask that the staff incorporate Commissioner Gupta's comments to the maximum extent that it is compliant with the guidelines. Either of these other two approaches also seem interesting. But from a process standpoint, we have one more meeting or possibly two next week, and this is due on July 1st. So how would any of these options be able to be incorporated that rapidly? And I will add that, it's been months that staff has had the UAC referral of Commissioner Gupta's comments, and I'm surprised that there hasn't been a review that lets us understand more substantively what the problems are with incorporating them. And I'm not saying there wouldn't be problems, but we're not getting any real substantive explanations. So going back to the process question, if we go one of these other avenues that seems to be all of them reflecting the sentiments of the council, what can be done and how, and still meet our required deadline?
So depending on council's prerogative, we could, review the tapes in terms of the mayor's comment and incorporate that in part of the urban water management plan. We can also work with the city attorney into creating the transmittal letter that takes the body of this information provided by Commissioner Gupta. I did also want to mention, just on a process level, the Commissioner Gupta's letter was not recommended by the full UAC, so I just wanted to mention that as part of that process.
I understand that, but it was also clearly that it was going to be part of the staff report, their recommendation, correct, and we would be discussing it, and it is largely, in terms of the policy positions, it's consistent with past council direction.
And just to formalize the record, so as part of looking at the urban water management plan, we received the letter, I believe, from Bosca an SFPUC on March 11th. So we actually took this to UAC, as mentioned in Lisa's presentation, twice to UAC. On the first available meeting to talk about it in March, provide our preliminary information. We also received a lot of public comment in terms of that, and then provided our full report. So I do want to mention and just push back a little bit on that staff was not responsive in terms of the comments coming in. Commissioner Gupta's information, his revisions came, I believe, the week of the meeting, and I'm not saying that as a negative to Commissioner Gupta. It's part of our process of giving the reports to the commissioners. It's not 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time. So we were able to talk through those issues at the UAC as well. So I did want to just to mention that as well, that staff, to the extent they could, tried to address some of those concerns and also kind of be respectful of that of our current process and how we vet our plans through the city.
So I'm still looking for some more clarification. If we take one of these actions tonight, how does that work in timing? What do you need the council to actually approve tonight? And what kind of latitude could we have to incorporate the essence of what we're interested in incorporating?
Yeah, let me take a shot at it. I think in perhaps some order here, that the simplest approach would be, as the mayor had suggested, which is something of a global, I don't know what we'd call it, preamble to the submittal. Anything that involves a more specific edits, I think comes back to the question of what would not, to your point, Councilmember Byrd, what would not compromise the ability of the plan to be approved. And if that were your direction, I think staff would take what we have and try to vet it and with the state to the extent that they could before the deadline, include what would clearly not compromise its approval and basically run with it from that perspective. So those are a couple of options that come to mind. And again, on the more specific recommendations from Commissioner Gupta, I think at the UAC meeting, staff was pretty clear that fully vetting some of the assumptions and what went into the various pieces would take more resources than were available at the time and even to this point. So I don't think that that really works from a timing perspective for this submittal.
Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no more lights on the question front, we will close the public hearing and move to council deliberations on this matter. I would first like to observe that depending on which way council wants to go with this, if they want to go the way that I suggested with respect to some preliminary comment to the document or wherever in the document it's appropriate to make clear that we're not endorsing the premise for this and that we reserve our right to object to this, that we could, I am open to working with staff on scheduling some kind of study session or something where we can really vet and understand this as a council that will give staff some time to look more specifically at these suggestions, and we can give staff further direction on whether to amend this or do in another forum, or we can hear from Bosca, we could invite them to come. I like that idea, so I just wanted to observe that I'm happy to explore that in our agenda management. If the council is interested in having sort of a broad reservation. You make the motion now? All right, well, actually, so I will move, I will move to shape the conversation and get reaction to it. I will move the staff recommendation with the amendment that we add a caveat to this document. That was as I stated before, and I sent the language to the clerk, and that we direct staff to return the underlying issues raised in Commissioner Gupta's amendments bring it back to council for a study session after the council break.
Second.
Do you want to speak to your second before I move on to Councilmember Lowing?
Yeah, no, that'd be helpful, thank you, and I appreciate the motion, and nice to be able to have an opportunity tonight to not only talk about the urban water management plan, but also real substantive issues that Commissioner Gupta has raised in his letter. I appreciate that. I mean, I definitely feel the frustration that Commissioner Gupta has raised. Many members of the public, as I've said before, I've expressed this far too many times that I can count now at BOSCA and with SFPUC representatives that are at BOSCA meetings. So I understand that frustration. It's real. I think a little kind of important context to BOSCA and the SFPUC. I think one of the real challenges here is that the SFPUC really is a monopoly in this space, and BOSCA being the largest customer, the BOSCA agencies, the 26 agencies make up 2/3 of essentially SFPUC's customer base through these individual supply agreements that the 26 agencies take from the 2/3 of that water from SFPUC, and Palo Alto's share is only about 7%. So I think all that to just say that the leverage we have being one customer with this large and powerful monopoly is very small, but as a BOSCA agency that represents the vast majority of that customer base, I think BOSCA has far more influence. And I've been frustrated in finding that through BOSCA's enabling legislation and subsequent agreements, even that tends to be a bit limited in what we can and cannot require from the SFPUC. My experience, though, has been on being the BOSCA representative for a little over 3 years now, I think, is that kind of more relationship building, soft powers that we have to be able to bring together fellow BOSCA agencies like Menlo Park has been a really strong partner on that board. I think that is the most appropriate way to move forward on that. I don't see the UWMP as the most kind of appropriate time or place to really make those substantive policy-centered arguments. I think this motion, though, by the mayor strikes what we're kind of looking for, and so I think this language is really helpful because there are several things in that letter. I think there's a lot of just facts and context that is great and critical, but then there were some pieces of it that I kind of am concerned about, like just language around kind of conditioning cost-sharing commitments with SFPUC and BOSCA, and kind of conditioning that on SFPUC. Their actions, I think, are challenging and concerning, and not I think a decision that this council is going to be ready to make tonight with the level of information that is before us. These are some very complex issues, and so the idea of being able to bring those substantive issues back to the council for a study session and really do that deep dive. I mean, we got several experts already in the room, both from the public and from BOSCA, so I appreciate Director Smeagol being here. I think we can get them back into the room for that study session, and we can do that deep dive. And as staff has pointed out in the staff report, I mean, the UWMP can be amended at any time. I mean, if we are so compelled at that time to do it, we can. But I think the most important thing, meeting that July 1st deadline with this caveat, and then doing that deeper dive later, seems to be the kind of the perfect move for tonight. So thank you.
Director Curatori?
Yes, I was wondering if it would be appropriate to actually send this back to the UAC for them to deliberate as a body before we bring it back to council.
Before the study session, you mean?
Correct.
So, yeah, so not the document, but the study session?
Yes.
Yes.
I would expect their input as part of that study session. This is as it was referred for information to City Council, I think it would be appropriate or ideal to bring it back to the UAC, for them to make a recommendation and bring it back for full council, so you can get the input from the UAC as a body.
How about we work with staff on this? It may make sense to schedule as a joint session of UAC and council if that works out both for timing and substance.
So we can work through that on some of the agenda planning sessions as well, but I don't have any objection to that. I just want to get it back here, and I think to the extent there is helpful input from the UAC more broadly, all the commissioners, I would appreciate that. Now, to our council member liaison, who's been patiently waiting down there, to the liaison to the UAC, Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I was ready for the comment section. I didn't have any questions. So as you see, we have an extremely qualified and dedicated UAC that wants to dig into issues and solve problems in advance of crises. This one is sort of in the middle of that, but kudos to them for their work on this and the debate on it, and the willingness to express a lot of different ideas in the context of getting to the right solution. In the specific context of our agenda item tonight, as the director pointed out, the motion was to approve the staff recommendation, and then there was the extra letter for, I think I said, additional information, which we got and we're debating. So my biggest concerns with the agenda items were, one, the date, because it's July 1, and number two, it states here that the city is required to use information provided by the SFPUC. So what has just been proposed in this motion obviates that. It's a workaround, and I think it's terrific. That's exactly, what we should do to kind of try to get our cake and eat it too, if you will, in this context. Secondly, the second part of my comments are going to be really brief, because apparently I mistakenly sent my notes to the vice mayor. So everything he said, I completely agree with the context and the reasoning and so on, and even the timeline. I've used that word monopoly in a couple of different settings. I think maybe even on the finance committee. And when you're dealing with a monopoly, it just takes a different set of tools. But I do think that the starting point for the tools is what you have, and we have present here tonight, the president of BOSCA, which is telling us something, and we have an active member who has already made some progress inch by inch, but when you're climbing a big mountain, it goes inch by inch. You don't do leap by leap. And other people have said, public commenters have said we have to put our collective heads together. We do, but the starting point of those collective heads is the 20-something agencies that are in this with us to get some leverage. And someone else said, we have to put pressure on SFPUC beyond BOSCA. Don't disagree with that either, and we can talk about that in the now proposed study session. And all of those need to be brought to bear, because this is a very serious problem. Very serious problem. And the public needs to know that. They need to hear that. They need to hear that this problem that's being caused is not what these 7 people up here want for our citizens. And if it's not stopped, then not next month or next year, but down the line, this could cause severe rate hikes in water. And that is not what this council wants. So we want to put some leverage in, some timing in because we don't have leverage right now, some time in to figure out, what's next, what are the next steps. And there are also elected officials at the state level that we can lean on cooperatively as that goes forward. So more on that when we get to the study session. I do think there are a lot of tools here. We need the cooperation of our BOSCA folks and our own partners in this problem as the sort of the starting point. So I'm very supportive of this motion.
Thank you. I see no further light, so I'm assuming there's no further discussion. Colleagues? All right. Well, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. Well, thank you all. Thank you, staff. We really appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Gupta, for being here. Appreciate that. With that, we are going to take our council break so we can get fortified because we have 2 more meaty items tonight. So we will be back in approximately 15 minutes. All right. Thank you. Item 14, which is relates to the ordinance and resolution calling an election and placing a half-cent transaction and use tax measure on the November ballot. So I will turn first to staff and Director O'Kane. Nice to see you again after the excellent work this weekend.
Thank you. Nice to see you too. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. The item before you tonight is a follow-up to the May 18th council meeting when the council adopted the Cubberley Conceptual Master Plan and associated CEQA document and directed staff to pursue a ballot measure for a half-cent sales tax in the November 2026 election. The recommended actions for council consideration tonight are the related next steps in the ballot process. And Administrative Services Assistant Director Christine Paras will provide the staff presentation. So Ms. Paras, over to you.
Thank you, Director O'Kane. Next slide. Tonight, we're here to present the recommended ballot measure and advisory spending guidelines related to the Cubberley Community Center project. Our goal is to give council a clear overview of what's recommended, what actions are needed tonight, and what comes next. This work also includes legislative action to increase the local sales tax cap. We're joined by Carly Shelby of Townsend Public Affairs, who has been supporting these efforts in Sacramento on behalf of the city, and she's available for any questions related to this. Thank you. Over the past 2 years, the city has completed extensive community engagement, including 4 polls, community meetings, and commission reviews. Tonight launches the formal election timeline, and it's important to note that after council votes to place the measure on the ballot this evening, from this point on, staff may provide informational material that is impartial, fact-based, and avoids advocacy. Key deadlines here on the calendar include August 7th, for the ballot submission to the county. Submittal of arguments in favor or against the measure are due August 11th. Impartial analysis and rebuttal arguments are due August 18th, and the November 3rd is the election. Next slide, please. Council may designate up to 3 council members to write an official ballot argument in favor. The proposed ordinance recommends the Cubberley ad hoc members, Councilmember Burt, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, and Councilmember Reckdahl. Rebuttal authors may be the same or newly designated. Next slide. The Cubberley Ad Hoc Committee has prepared advisory spending guidelines that may be adopted in parallel with the placement of the tax on the ballot. The measure is a general tax, and the advisory spending resolution provides transparency for the voters by stating the city's intended use of the sales tax proceeds, including purchase of the land from PAUSD and beginning implementation of the Cubberley Conceptual Master Plan. Next slide. This final slide presents staff's recommended council motion. The attached ordinance allows the city to apply the tax at the maximum rate possible, which is ¼ cent. And as noted, we're working on legislation to raise the sales tax cap by ½ cent, and we'll know by August of the bill's approval. Adopting the ordinance to place a ½ cent sales tax measure on the ballot, selecting argument authors, and adopting the advisory spending guidelines is what we're presenting with you tonight. This action keeps the city on schedule for county election deadlines. The recommended council action also includes the advisory spending guidelines for proceeds of the sales tax, and this resolution was modeled after previous guidelines successfully honored by the City Council for the 2014 and 2018 TOT tax increases and the 2022 business tax. And that concludes my presentation, and I turn it back to council for comments.
Did you want to turn it over to Ms. Shelby first, or no? Or just note that she's here if
Yeah,
we
just
have
noting
questions.
she's here.
Okay.
Yeah, in case you have questions.
All right, excellent. So I would like to now turn to the ad hoc, and I'll start with our chair.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Paras and Director O'Kane, for your tremendous work on this project. I have a couple of the ad hoc would like to share with our colleagues and the public the intent behind the resolution stating what our intent is for use of these funds should the measure pass. But before we get to that, I think a couple of technical questions have arisen in some of the public letters we received, and I'd just love for you to have the opportunity to address those first. The first question I saw was, why does the ballot language not mention the purchase of the land? It only mentions potential use for renovations at Cubberley.
Thank you for that question. And we did test for the purchase of the land with the voters in poll number 3. And as a rule of thumb, we kind of selected the areas and aspects that resounded and that had the most voter support, and the purchase of the property received about 34% of voters saying that it was extremely or very important. So it didn't fall within that 60% guideline.
Whereas renovations?
Yep, electrical, plumbing, those kind of basics really resounded with the voters.
Thank you for clarifying that. A second question was, what if this half-cent sales tax increase, if the cap on our sales tax maximum is not increased by the state, even though we've been advocating for that and other jurisdictions have, do we have a backup of a quarter cent? If you could just explain how it is that kind of all proceeds. Yeah.
Absolutely. Our resolution and our backing documents for the ballot measure does say that we can assess the tax at the maximum authority limit, which is now a quarter cent. If the bill does pass and is signed into law, then we'll have that flexibility for the additional half cent, which is what our ballot measure is written as.
And if the state does not ultimately sign that bill into law, if the governor doesn't, then we have the automatic built-in fallback of the quarter. We don't have to come back to council. It just automatically becomes that, isn't that right?
Correct. That is correct.
Thank you so much. I know a lot of people were concerned about that, so I appreciate your clarifying. Okay, with those technical questions, I'd like now for the ad hoc to just have an opportunity to share why we thought it was important to speak to our intended use for this general sales tax revenue should the voters pass it in November. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Burt to share his thoughts. I'm going to share my thoughts, and then we'll close with Councilmember Reckdahl on that. Thank you.
Well, I would just like to give the context of, this goes back to 1987 when post-Prop 13 and severe declines in enrollment meant that school districts throughout the state were in dire straits, including our own PAUSD. And at that time, we had several members of the city council who came forward and said, the school district and our school system is vitally important to our community. We want to see if we can help bail them out in this difficult period. And they came forward with the utility users tax, which the voters supported. And interestingly, on the school board side, their counterparts in the negotiation on this were then board members Simidian and Nis. And so at that time, school districts throughout the state were selling off their lands to meet operating expenses. The voters came forward. We leased Cubberley, Ventura, what was then the Terman site. We actually purchased that subsequently. And in addition at Cubberley, the city agreed to not only the lease payments, but a $1.8 million a year covenant not to develop. And that was to pay the district to not sell off the land. 2 years later, the state changed the law and made it very limited on the ability of school districts to sell off the land, and basically rendered the covenant not to develop as unnecessary. It came back up in 2012 when Foothill De Anza wanted to build a satellite campus, and we realized that the district said no. They thought that they needed the land for a full school site at that time, but why were we continuing to pay the school district a covenant not to develop to land bank their land? So we redirected those funds to the next 2 years later to a Cubberley infrastructure plan. But over that period, the city paid the school district what in today's dollars about $90 million, and out of that, we're now at the point at which we have an opportunity to finally obtain the amount of land that we need to then invest in Cubberley. And so we are looking forward to continued collaboration from the school district. The dollars that we would purchase from the land will go to the district. So we think that the entire community will benefit from this. The school district will benefit if this passes, and the community will very much benefit because we will finally own all the land that has the buildings and be able to invest in those buildings going forward and really make it what everyone had hoped Cubberley would become, and what it really needs to become with all of the growth in our community, and particularly in South Palo Alto.
Thank you. I want to thank you for walking us through the very intertwined history of the school district and the city on Cubberley. Given this history, given the decades that this community has been in conversation about this dilapidated but beloved former Third High School, we are fortunate that the stars aligned a few years ago with the Palo Alto Unified School District Board and 7 council members being more or less on the same page, as it would turn out, about the possibility of a real estate transfer. The school district offered to sell us their acreage of buildings, and we were all quite interested in that possibility. That offer led to a conversation that led to a memorandum of understanding for how the purchase would take place, led to a tremendous amount of community engagement with so many of you, led to a conceptual master plan, and a funding strategy to enable us to purchase the remaining buildings and begin meaningful renovations. Critical to that funding strategy was locating and beginning to speak with 5 or maybe 6 programmatic partners who would step up to the plate and contribute and/or raise funds for their portion of the overall project. It is going to take a village to get this done. We need the voter support. We need support from philanthropy to pay for it. We need support from programmatic partners. We have other ideas for where to obtain revenue to kind of fill that thermometer all the way up to the top. We have the momentum. We have been at this for over 2 years now, but time is no longer on our side. We, by which I mean our entire community and city leaders and staff, we here, those of us here right now in this time in 2026 in Palo Alto, are the people who have the chance to get this project over the finish line once and for all. So people can stop saying, when are you going to get Cubberley done? And start saying, let's meet up for this awesome thing that's happening at the new Cubberley. Keith?
Okay, yeah, I want to say a few words about the current tenants. And our current budget, even with this tax measure, the budget for the redevelopment is going to be pretty small. And we're really trying to maximize the value for the community. And so, for example, instead of knocking down buildings, we're remodeling wherever we can. And the other thing we've done is we brought in these partners, and these partners will help fund the development. That'll be really good for adding value. But we understand that the existing tenants now have heard about these new partners coming in, and they're getting a little nervous. Are these new kids on the block going to displace them? And that's not the case. The reason that we are redeveloping Cubberley is just what we see the existing tenants doing. They have just extraordinary programs that add a lot of value to the community, and we want to retain that, and that's why we're doing it. We're not trying to displace anyone. And Cubberley can accommodate both the existing tenants and the new partners. We are taking over space from PAUSD, so we'll have more space than we have right now. Some of our partners will be building additional buildings, and so we expect to have a somewhat larger Cubberley, and we can accommodate both. And so our intention is not to displace anyone. We want to keep the current tenants and their current great programs running. In addition to keeping the tenants, we also worried about the transition. You know, if you've gone through construction, it really displaces, it really messes up your life. And these tenants are not going to be any different. That they have programs they're putting on every day, and if construction's going around them, how's that going to affect them? And so we will have to have temporary space and an orderly transition, because if they're displaced or if they're shut down for even a short period of time, they can really damage these programs. And these programs are why we're doing this. And so we will do everything to not only retain these current tenants, but also make sure that we have an orderly transition. And so just in summary, these existing tenants and what goes on at Cubberley is really an important part of the fabric of Palo Alto. And we are going to work really hard to maintain that quality, that very important part of Palo Alto.
We have voted to put a general sales tax on the ballot, and by definition, a general sales tax will go into the general fund. And how the future councils determine to spend that money will be up to them. But this council that has put this all in motion has the right to declare its intent for use of these funds, which is why we have put a resolution together to inform voters of our intentions regarding the uses that would be supported by these proceeds. And I will close by reading the vision statement that this council came up with for Cubberley, that it would be a vibrant, beloved, and adaptable destination that promotes learning, interconnectivity, joy, and well-being where all cultures and generations belong. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you to staff and to our 3 members of the ad hoc, and who, along with our community, have put an awful lot of work in to bring it to this point. We're all really proud to be on the council that is in a position that's on this precipice to perhaps finally bring this home, so that we can, as the council member Lithcott-Haim said, get to that next stage. All right, so with that, colleagues, any questions or comments at this point before we go to public comment? Seeing none, let's go to public comment.
We have 12 requests to speak.
All right, let's go with 2 minutes each.
Our first speaker is Henry Y.
Welcome.
Mayor Vinker, Vice Mayor Stone, and City Council members. My name is Henry Yu. I am president of the Friends of the Palo Alto Library, known as FOPL. I'm also a longtime resident of Palo Alto. FOPL, founded in 1938, has resided at the Cubberley Community Center since 2002. Our presence at the Cubberley mobilizes hundreds of dedicated volunteers from the community who help with our operations and monthly sales. Thousands of local residents attend these sales, in addition to a global following of our online marketplace. Since 2004, FOPL has provided over $3.6 million in annual grants to the City of Palo Alto Library, including $150,000 in the recent fiscal year. Our vision is to consolidate our footprints in the new center, enabling us to increase revenue and provide larger grants to the Palo Alto Library for vital funding. We're certain the Cubberley redevelopment will bring immense value to our community, and we are committed to securing our future there. We urge the City Council to place the half-cent transactions and use tax measure on the November 3rd 2026 ballot to support improving Cubberley Community Center. On behalf of some of the volunteers who are with me today from our organization, our board of directors, and of course our Friends of Palo Alto Library at large, thank you.
Our next speaker is Sonia B.
Hi, my name is Sonia Bradsky. I am next door neighbors with Cubberley for 30 years now. I have a huge interest in seeing Cubberley fixed up because I'm there every day. It's a total dump. And we've been at this now for years to deal with Cubberley that I've been living there. So I'd really like to see this tax measure really applied to Cubberley and not just go to the general fund. I'm not sure how that's all done, but I'd like to make sure that it's really applied because you guys won't be here probably whatever when things really get going. So I'm not sure how the procedure is, but please make sure that that 0.5% is really applied to Cubberley. And thank you for fixing up Cubberley.
Our next speaker is Phyllis B.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm also a neighbor of Green Meadow. I've lived in my house right across the street from the playing fields since 1982 and enjoy the place enormously, even as I see it deteriorating. I strongly support the advisory spending guidelines that you've added as a second resolution this evening, and I'm very, very grateful that you've done that. I understand that council members change, and it's not going to be totally binding, but at least it's written, it's out there, and it expresses what we care about. I'm not entirely convinced by the reasoning about not specifying the sale in the ballot language. It just seems off to me that, I mean, we can't really do it without the purchase of the land. But I heard what you said, that that's not what the polling recommends. I am, I guess, grateful for the clarification about the 1/4% tax cap. I kind of wish that had been talked about back in May when we had the other discussion, but I guess behind the scenes there has been work going on. And then just a couple of things about the language. Why does it say implement part of phase 1 in the guidelines? It just seems limiting in some way. And then maybe add to the existing valuable community spaces, all in North Palo Alto, which has gotten funded much more than South Palo Alto has, that the Art Center is another really important facility, and it will be stretched by the growth in population like all of our community centers will. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer D.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you so much. I didn't think I'd have 2 minutes, so I'm just going to take a moment of privilege here and thank you all for an amazing Pride event yesterday, especially to Kristen O'Kane and to all of you for your financial support, for your enthusiasm, for showing up, for supporting it. It was a needed event and it was a joyful event, and I'm really grateful to all of you for making it happen. One other quick complaint: how you schedule a city council meeting in the middle of a Knick game, I will never understand, but I'll try to get over that. I stand here on behalf of a group of citizens that are really excited that you are approving this language tonight and moving forward. We are gathering supporters. You saw many of them at your last meeting where this was agendized, and some of them again tonight. If anyone out there is interested in joining us, pafuture26@gmail.com is an email you can write to get more information and get on our list. Again, pafuture26@gmail.com. But we are going to be working all through the summer, and we'll really kick off a full throttle campaign in the fall to get this over the finish line. And as you all noted, there are many partners, both working with us to rebuild Cubberley, but also they are organizations in town that have a lot of beloved members and dedicated supporters, and they are really excited about this too. So we really have a whole sort of spider web of support, and we are grateful for the way you have gone about this, and we are confident that we are going to be able to communicate to the whole city, all of the voters, as to why this is really important to do right now. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Jackie W.
Hi, Jackie Wheeler, Green Meadow resident for over 60 years. We're trying to up the level. I, of course, live near Cubberley and have watched what's been going on for so many years, and I'm thrilled that this is on the table. And again, I just want to say that I will work with people like Jennifer and the committee to see what we can do to make sure that this passes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Betsy B.
I'm Betsy Bechtel. I was a city council member for 9 years and mayor of Palo Alto, but it's a long time ago. And yes, thank you, Pat. I was on the council at the time we made those decisions to help out the school district. Now it's our time finally to do something. I am on the board, new board member of Heart Fit for Life. If you don't know about that, it's a great thing that helps people who've had any kind of a heart or diabetes or other kinds of health issues. And I'm also on the board of Avenidas. Heart Fit for Life is one of those people that we're there now, and we're also partnering with Avenidas for the future. And just let you know that we have many members, and many members have friends, and we will help with getting the vote. That's the first thing we got to do, is get it to pass. So thank you for doing this.
Our next speaker is Ann C.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you so much for the enthusiasm that you continue to show for this project. It makes me so happy to hear all of the exciting things that you are talking about. I'm here as not only a resident since 1966, but also a member of the Friends of the Palo Alto Recreation and Wellness Center, and a 1960 Olympian that believes absolutely incredibly in the power of exercise for lifelong aging. So this project is really, really important to me. I want to say that our Friends group definitely supports the entire Cubberley project, but we're laser focused on the Recreation Wellness Center, which we would like to see be the kickoff to this Cubberley campaign. And I also want to make sure that everybody who's listening knows that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the city, for the community, for the seniors, for the kids, for the school district, for the parents, for the families, for all of us to make something that we are incredibly proud of. So thank you all very much for what you're doing, and we look forward to working with all of you to get to the finish line. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joe H.
My name is Joe Hirsch, Mayor Binker and City Council members. I'm sitting here laughing because Betsy and Ann took all my comments away from me. They've already said everything, and they didn't even look at my notes. I've been in cardiac therapy program, Heart Fit for Life, since I had my heart attack in 1997. It is a wonderful organization. It is a nonprofit that could not exist here in Palo Alto if we had to go out in the for-profit rental market. So we and others like us need a home, a long-term home where we can live with the type of rent that each of us can afford. We serve about 225 to 250 people per year who have cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and other related conditions. Since we have been here continuously in Palo Alto since 1970, we have served thousands of people, such as myself and Betsy. This program, this concept has been studied extensively. The Citizens Advisory Group first, Concordia at least twice, and maybe others as well. As Ann just said, I personally feel, we feel, that this is a one-time opportunity to move forward and to do something that is really first-rate and will be world-class. This community needs it. We need to think back to what Lucy Stern, people who created that over 100 years ago, and what that has meant to the community since then. The Cubberley Community Center could be another example of that. Cardiac therapy, Heart Fit for Life, pledges ourselves to do what we can to pass the ordinance and the resolution.
Your time
and we
is up.
urge you to adopt it tonight. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Chris B.
Hello. I've been going to Coverly my entire life, and I'm against the project, but I will say it's very well thought out, and I appreciate that. Especially, I mean, I've noticed anyway that the city projects are a lot more well thought out and a lot more, I don't know, community friendly than the private projects, private developments that are on the slate. So thank you for that. But I'm against the project. One reason is that it's a sales tax, which I find inappropriate. I think that should be, a corporate tax, something like that. People actually have money. I heard that the sales tax is going to be paid by people out of town, but every single municipality in the area has the same idea as you guys, and so everybody's trying to raise their sales tax right now. But the biggest reason I'm against the project is I have seen just the reckless, just the murderous removal of just the giantest, most beautiful redwood trees, like over and over at Coverly. There was one maybe 3 months ago, just ripped out. Just a huge tree, just a giant tree I've seen my whole life, just completely ripped out. And I do see in the project that there is going to be an increased amount of open space, quote, which is good, but I'm very concerned that we're going to lose trees. So I would really like to see a increase in canopy as well as an increase in open space. But thank you so much for actually caring about everything and stuff. But I will say, I just don't understand why people need to subsidize other people's exercise programs. I mean, there's exercise programs all over the town and all over the place. So I really don't understand why I need to pay more for your exercise program. But anyway, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Katie B.
Good evening. My name is Katie Blodgett, and I'm speaking on behalf of TheaterWorks Silicon Valley as chair of the TheaterWorks Board of Trustees. After the prior discussion on May 18th, I want to reiterate our support of these efforts to improve the Cubberley Community Center and our collaboration as a partner in these efforts. We support the recommendation to adopt an ordinance and a companion resolution to place a transactions and use tax measure on the November 3rd ballot. We also wish to convey our support for approving advisory spending guidelines to ensure these funds are directed as intended toward the improvement of the Cubberley Community Center. Thank you all for the collective efforts of the board, the city, and the community on behalf of this important community asset.
Our next speaker is Penny E.
Good evening. I'm Penny Elson. I'm speaking as a resident whose children have, when I first moved to Palo Alto, we found affordable preschool childcare at Cubberley. Later, my kids studied and practiced music and dance and sports there. They learned a lot at Cubberley at prices that we could afford as a young family. So I want to thank City Council for that. But I also want to thank Christine Paris for answering she sent some very detailed and thoughtful responses to questions that I emailed over the weekend. So thank you to her for that. I want to strongly encourage council to expediently move Coverly forward. This is a community gem. I think it's going to be it's going to provide enough community service capacity in Palo Alto to really serve our community going forward as we grow, so that our existing community service facilities do not become overwhelmed. I think this is a wonderful vision, and I hope you'll do all that you can, and I will do everything I can to help you move it forward. Thank you for everything that you do.
Our next speaker is Scott O.
Hi, thank you. I'm speaking as a neighbor close to Copperly. It's been in its current state for far too long. I just want to thank the committee and everyone involved for taking this effort to where it is today, and I hope council will approve. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on action item 14.
All right, well, thank you very much to all of our public commenters for spending time with us tonight on this issue. I'm going to bring it back to the dais for any motion, questions, and discussion. So, colleagues? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you. It's strange to go from advocating for something and studying it and all the back and forth for so long to reach a point like tonight where if we pass this, we then become not capable of advocating for it further. It's a strange feature and facet of being a local government. And so I am weirdly feeling, and my colleagues are not surprised because I cry all the time, but I'm like feeling emotional right now because we're about to hand this off to the public. And just, wow, look how far we have come, and we still have so much more to do. So with that, I move that we adopt an ordinance and resolution calling an election and placing a half-cent transactions and use tax measure on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot, and a resolution adopting advisory spending guidelines for the use of the proceeds if the measure passes to support improving the Cubberley Community Center.
Is there a second?
I will second.
All right, thank you. Further discussion?
Just a brief.
If you're going to speak to your second, yeah.
Yeah, just brief comment. I did want to follow up on the importance of the advisory resolution on our intention for how these new revenues would be spent. And while the advisory resolution is not legally binding, we have a strong history in Palo Alto of similar advisory resolutions. When we had the two different hotel tax increases, those were committed to be devoted to our capital improvement plan. And I think every single dollar from them have been dedicated to that. Similarly, when we asked the voters to approve our business tax, we put it together 1/3 toward affordable housing, 1/3 toward transportation, and 1/3 toward restoring public safety. Each of those dollars have gone into buckets in our budget. So woe be to a future council who would betray that trust. I have great confidence that that future councils will also live up to the commitments that we are making to the voters.
Thank you. So I'll just say that in addition to this odd position that we're in this sort of transition on this vote, we also are putting we're putting all our trust in our residents and what we've heard and what we've seen as you've participated and been in conversation with us and imagined and envisioned what can be. And all of us up here on the dais are used to just putting our all in and working and doing, and it's odd to not be the ones that really push, over the finish line in the same way as we could if we were out there. So, but I do trust our residents. We have the most magnificent group of residents. We've seen it time and time again, as Jennifer alluded to even yesterday. I mean, yes, some of the city staff worked hard, but the residents really made that event happen. And just like here, I just am confident that you will. I'm excited about support the motion, and I do want to thank those who put together the intent resolution as well, because I do think that's important to state that at this time. So thank you for that innovation. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I just want to comment that way back 40 years ago or so, when I started on the Parks Commission, they were working on the Coverly Advisory Commission to get this project going. And they worked for years on it, and they came out with a very full report that I'm sure is on a lot of bookcases around the city. But I think it's appropriate that we started with a Coverly Advisory Committee, and we're ending with a Coverly Action Committee. You guys have it from here. Take the baton.
Well said. I see no further lights. So, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing? Motion carries unanimously.
Go team. All right, well, thank you, staff, and thank you, residents, and we will conclude this item and move on to our last action item of the evening, item 15, the San Antonio Road Area Plan. Welcome, Director, whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I'm going to turn over to Robert Kane, Principal Planner, who presented this back to you in April.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Kane. I'm Principal Planner for the Department of Planning and Development, Long Range Planning Team, and the lead for the San Antonio Road Area Plan. Next slide, please. The purpose of tonight's item is to discuss a way forward for the plan. We came to you in April with a study session, and we heard your feedback on a lot of items, as well as feedback from various other advisory bodies and from the public. So tonight we're asking you to endorse a core scenario and authorize a transportation analysis that will evaluate the implications of that core scenario. Endorsing a core scenario today does not constitute a final land use decision for this plan. Our analysis that we'll do over the rest of the year will validate, refine, and adjust the core scenario as necessary, and we'll bring that all back to you in Q4 and take your direction then to adjust the plan based on, after you have a chance to review that analysis. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, we're talking about the San Antonio Road Area Plan. It's about 275 acres along the border of Palo Alto and Mountain View. We're looking to create a more livable community, adding a lot of housing to this area, but also other aspects that will enhance that housing as well, including improving mobility and safety in the corridor, supporting sustainability goals that the city has, and enhancing economic vitality. Next slide, please. We are coming to the end of phase 2. So our next phase will run from after this meeting until roughly the end of the year, where we'll be doing a lot of analysis and start developing some policy recommendations for your review when we come back. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about what we heard from the council specifically, but also as we took this through a lot of public engagement and through a lot of advisory boards. We heard that dividing the area plan into sub-areas that can be their own neighborhoods perhaps was the right approach to take on this plan. We heard that this was a key area for housing production, and we should consider a diversity in that housing types as well as affordability levels, and that housing growth needs to be really supported by mobility improvements, and that travel along and across San Antonio Road should be comfortable for all users. We heard that office and research development space should be developed in a way that reduces the city's jobs housing imbalance. We heard that there should be incentives to create large neighborhood parks in the areas closest to US 101. We heard that retail should be neighborhood serving and sufficient amount to help reduce trips outside of the area, and that building heights should take into consideration neighboring uses such as single-family homes and creeks and other sensitive parcels. Next slide, please. So having heard all of that, we've developed this core scenario, which creates new residential and mixed-use neighborhoods at a diversity of income levels. It creates multiple new outdoor spaces. It improves the job housing balance. It adds new retail and commercial uses to serve the existing and new residents. It enhances streets, sidewalks, bike lanes, and transit connections. It reduces commute trips, integrates green infrastructure, and builds resilience for climate change, and establishes new development standards which will encourage new development while protecting the existing neighborhoods around the planned area. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through these pretty quickly. Central San Antonio, the main thing we're advocating for is increasing the heights on the south side of San Antonio in line with development projects applications we've already received, as well as really improving the transportation piece along San Antonio and at key intersections. Next slide, please. In the CTI area, that is the one area that we're proposing as a really truly mixed-use neighborhood with office and R&D space as well as residential. It's also an area that we've highlighted as in need of a new outdoor space such as a park. That area, we're recommending a 90-foot maximum, and we're going to focus on connections through this area, including into Mountain View. Next slide, please. In North Fabian, we're looking there as a more residential-focused area. It's currently mostly industrial, but we're looking at requiring enough neighborhood retail to support the residents, as well as a large park or outdoor space there, and allowing 90 feet heights in the area between Fabian and 101 in San Antonio, while keeping 60-foot heights between Fabian and the Adobe Creek. Next slide, please. South Fabian, again, we're looking at a residential mixed use with ground floor retail and other neighborhood serving uses, 90 feet, again, between Fabian and San Antonio. Next slide, please. East Bayshore, we're not recommending any changes to. Next slide, please. Same with West Bayshore. Next slide, please. And the greenhouse, we're not recommending changes, although we would like to explore the possibility of easements that will help some of the mobility improvements for bikes and pedestrians. Next slide, please. And South San Antonio, this area, again, we're not proposing land use changes, but it will be a focus in helping us build a better connection to the Caltrain station. Next slide, please. And in Alma, again, we're not proposing land use changes, although there are 2 sites that are currently housing element inventory sites that are also able to use Senate Bill 4 to develop. It's also within the SB 79 splash zone, so that will come into play. But our focus here is going to be the transportation improvements along Alma or parallel to Alma, as well as to the Caltrain station. Next slide, please. So that is a high-level summary of the core scenario. The transportation analysis, we think, is really vital because we see transportation and land use as two equal parts of this plan that really support each other. We talk a little bit about this in attachment B of the staff report, but in order to help describe what those are, we're going to do some analysis over the next few months and have that for you when we come back. We're going to look at both quantitative and qualitative measures to compare what the core scenario would have as far as outcomes compared to what, if there's no plan adopted, what the current zoning would have as outcomes, and bring that back to you to sort of highlight where improvements are made or where there are trade-offs that need to be considered by the council. So this is really key to helping create the final plan. Next slide, please. This slide just gives you a high-level sort of comparison between what the core scenario is trying to do and what the current zoning currently allows. There's already a lot of housing capacity built into the area, either through focus areas or through approved developments or through housing element sites that were selected prior to 2023. But with the plan, we'll have additional capacity, but we'll balance that with other things that will help bring in community benefits, such as outdoor space, such as hopefully more affordable units, hopefully, as well as funding for these mobility improvements that we're hoping to bring to the corridor. Next slide, please. So tonight, we're asking you to endorse the core scenario with any direction or changes you wish to add to what we presented to you in the staff report, and then also authorize us to conduct this transportation analysis as described in the staff report and attachments. So we'll have that when we come back by the end of the year. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Kane. I know that's a lot of work that gets wrapped up in a few slides there, but we're grateful. Colleagues, do you have any preliminary questions? Otherwise, I'll just go to public comment. All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, how many commenters do we have?
We have 10 requests to speak.
All right, we're going to go with 3 minutes.
Our first speaker is Sonia B.
What can I say? I like to talk. My name is Sonia Bradsky, and I spend a lot of time on San Antonio Road, and I'm a bicyclist. So I'd really like to see some major improvements to San Antonio Road for biking. It's not safe. I mean, and I'll tell you, the worst intersection is actually Charleston and San Antonio. My husband actually had a bike accident there. So really improve it for bicyclists, and of course there's going to be additional cars with all that new housing, and there really is no public transit there either. Not that I take so much public transit, I'd rather ride my bike. But yeah, please improve San Antonio for bikes, at least definitely San Antonio and Charleston. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Phyllis B.
Hello again. Here we keep on going. I hope it's not as late as last week. So I'm Phyllis Brown, long-term Palo Alto resident, and I think that the attention in the core scenario the need to improve transportation mobility before the housing gets built is really spot on. I'm really glad to see that. And it strikes me as being a very sensible plan of action. The information about travel across Alma and the railroad tracks is kind of slim. Maybe getting an easement through the Google campus. We certainly don't want bikes going up on something next to San Antonio Road. So the bike path that'll go along San Antonio Road, I don't think that'll work at all once we get to that going up and over the tracks and the road. So I hope there'll be more work on sorting that out. It seems as though other work going on in the city about getting across the railroad tracks is probably relevant to this as well, even though I'm not sure where Mountain View is and where Palo Alto is, but we got to work together. Something that I was puzzled by and would like more information about is the report explained to me that the city's housing element allocates 1,559 new housing units in the plan area. But we've got the scenario of 5,700 units versus 6,700 units, and that's a big change in the number of units built. I'm all for housing, mind you, but I really want it to be done well. And I wonder whether, and I did read the growth projection section that lists some basic assumptions, noting that it looks at 100% build out, and I know this is going to keep going for at least a decade, maybe longer. But it also says that the build out's likely to increase to 75% across much of the plan area. And if I do my math right, that's getting us to 5,025 units. And is that really going to be the best thing for the city, to have that kind of growth in units in population in that part of the city? And I didn't see, and it wasn't the point of the report to do this, but what's going on in the rest of the city? There's a lot of building going on, so I'd like to see that clarified. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Matthew B.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Matthew Berglund. I'm Director of Design and Construction at Presidio Bay Ventures. Presidio Bay is a long-term owner and stakeholder in the CTI sub-area. The staff report recognizes CTI as an area of change and its potential to evolve into a next-generation mixed-use neighborhood. We commend Planning Director and staff and Ramey Associates for running a very inclusive process. The community and technical advisory groups, workshops, and open houses have created a spirited and transparent dialogue among diverse stakeholders, of which we are one. Palo Alto is one of the most desirable places in the Bay Area and the country to live, yet housing remains out of reach for many members of the workforce and essential service providers who make this community function. The area plans focus on increased housing production while improving mobility, transit access, open space, and pedestrian and bicycle safety is exactly the kind of targeted growth that aligns the city's RHNA obligations with its sustainability goals. The CTI sub-area is open to residential development through the GM focus area currently. However, housing production will remain constrained by small parcel sizes, fragmented ownership, and 60-foot height limits. The plan's framework for lot consolidation, increased heights, and integrated mobility is essential to delivering the housing, parks, and neighborhood retail that the community expects. We also want to underscore the importance of retaining a meaningful office and R&D component within CTI. The staff report recognizes that office use in CTI will improve project feasibility and help fund parks, infrastructure, and affordable housing, while still reducing overall commercial square footage in the greater plan area. The flexible mixed-use approach will be the most practical way to achieve community benefits. As participants in the community advisory group, Presidio Bay was pleased to offer walking tours of Springline and Menlo Park, our project that illustrates the integrated land use and mobility principles described in this plan, a mix where jobs, housing, and daily retail needs are co-located to reduce miles traveled and traffic impacts. We encourage you to endorse the core scenario and authorize the next phase of transportation analysis. We believe this vision can deliver more housing, better mobility, and vibrant public amenities within the plan area. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to participate in this process.
Our next speaker is Joan L.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Joan Larrabee. I live at 777 San Antonio Road for many, many years. It's a greenhouse, condominiums. I'm retired from the city of San Jose, where about 20 years of that was spent on transportation and traffic issues, including pre-construction of the light rail. So I'm very concerned about the construction that's planned. San Antonio Road is quite narrow. No bike lanes, no bus lane, no bus parking. The bus had to come off because buses are much wider than the parking lanes where the buses stop, and it used to impede the traffic, so the bus had to leave. At the most recent Planning and Transportation Commission, it was mentioned that San Antonio Road has a level of service F. Let's explain what that is. Level of service for roadways, get a report card, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't think we go to G yet, but we're at F. A, level of service A would be completely free-flowing traffic, no problems. But San Antonio Road is only 4 lanes wide, no bike lanes, goes all the way down to F for fail. Level of service F is defined as the forced or breakdown flow, represents heavily congested stop-and-go conditions where demand exceeds the capacity of the road. Vehicles experience high delays and long queues, and traffic flow breaks down completely. Many of my neighbors are rather elderly, and they're very terrified that someday they're going to need a fire truck, they're going to need an EMT, and they won't be able to get through. One of these meetings, it was suggested that the sidewalk be used as a bike lane. Well, it's not real safe, and it doesn't feel real good to be walking along, especially if you've got a cane or a walker, and a bicycle comes right up behind you. You know, the bikes don't make much noise anymore. I mean, when we were kids, we used to put playing cards in the bikes to make them go to make noises, but you know, the new bikes don't have any noises at all. It's not safe. And again, like I said, the bus had to leave because buses are a lot wider than cars, and when you park them in a parking lane, they intrude into the travel lanes. But it's only 4 lanes. The people who are putting buildings up here along San Antonio Road, I'm sorry, is my time up?
Your time is up. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Okay. But again, suggesting that the people who move into these buildings use bicycles instead of cars, it's not safe, people.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris B.
All right. I have come tonight to pour some cold water of truth on the raging inferno of economic illiteracy that has pervaded this conversation and was so rife in all of the documents that I read on this issue. Densifying areas does not lower rents. It actually raises rents, because what it does is it raises land values because you have more improvements on the land. As you've maybe noticed, New York City is really the only place in the country that I actually know of that's more expensive than the Bay Area. You can't outbuild prices. It doesn't work like that. Okay, but let's just say it did. Let's just ignore that basic fact and let's just say you're right. If we build more houses, prices will go down. Okay, well, in economics, what we have are demand curves. I hear a lot about supply, but let's talk about demand for a second. So if you actually managed to lower the price of housing, what happens is demand increases because the price is lower. And what happens? It goes up because demand increases, pushes it back right to the equilibrium. That's exactly what's going to happen. The developers know this. That's why they pay Palo Alto YIMBY millions of dollars to lobby people to spread propaganda because all they want to do is make money. And they've managed to convince a lot of people that this is actually going to lower housing prices, but it's not going to do that. So maybe I'll tell you about some things that you could do to lower housing prices. Now, the biggest reason housing prices keep going up is because our federal government spends too much money, by which I mean it spends money that it doesn't have. So every year it prints money. Now, what this does is it forces reevaluations of all assets. Okay, so housing prices have to go up every year because every year we print $1 trillion of new money. So the assets have to reevaluate. Okay, so number one thing you could do to actually stop this from going up. But the second thing that you absolutely need to do is you've got to ban investments in housing. You've got BlackRock, you've got all kinds of foreign companies, all kinds of companies investing in housing. And this is pushing the price way up. I mean, some guy who graduates from college has to compete with $1 trillion company for prices. And there's a lot more to say about this, but just please don't tell me this is going to lower housing prices. It's not going to do that.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Mary G.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mary Gruber. I'm a resident of Palo Alto in the Green Meadow neighborhood. As I spoke at the study session in April, I support housing in the Sarap area. But tonight I want to raise a concern specifically about the transportation analysis being presented tonight. According to the staff report for this meeting, there are 802 residential units currently built and occupied in this corridor. However, instead of comparing the core scenario of 6,700 units against this number, which is the standard practice, the analysis is scoped to compare it against 5,700 units, which is simply a theoretical zoning capacity for which no transportation analysis has ever been done. It is also my understanding that California environmental law requires that a traffic study be measured against existing conditions, not a theoretical build-out number. So this is not a meaningful baseline for the transportation analysis that's being presented to you. It systematically understates what 6,700 units of new development would actually mean for transportation in this corridor. I would ask council to direct staff to explain this baseline methodology before the transportation analysis scope is finalized or approved. Thank you very much, and thank you for your service.
Our next speaker is John P.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to point out that there's a significant problem with the current core plan that if it's not solved, it's going to frustrate achieving the mobility objectives. And that's basically as I would put it, the planning for the San Antonio Road between Middlefield and Charleston, it's being oversubscribed for the amount of solutions it can provide. We want to provide good bike lanes. We want to provide good traffic. We want to provide mass transportation, a wide range of things. Uh, Currently, as one of the speakers pointed out, that road is rated F, and that includes the intersections at San Antonio Road and Middlefield. So it's a classic example of trying to squeeze too many solutions into one area. And so what I would like the planning committee to examine or to consider is to simplify the problem and by removing one of the solutions you're trying to provide on San Antonio Road. And I suggest take away the bike lanes. One of the suggestions was to basically make room for the bike lanes by removing parking. But that doesn't clear the way for the bike lanes because there are right turn only lanes from San Antonio to Middlefield or from San Antonio to Leghorn that simplify somewhat ease the flow of traffic today. You take those away and traffic is going to go from F to F minus, I guess. But you're not solving the problem by taking away, by taking away those parking lanes. The thing to do or to consider is to move the bike lanes to Montrose. It has a good intersection at Charleston. It has an intersection at Middlefield that goes into the parking lot at Cubberley. So you can basically bypass that entire section of San Antonio Road um, for bicycles. You can provide a good conductivity or mobility in different places. And
Your
no
time
one
is
has
up.
had a good solution for how to have isolated bike lanes
Your time
in
is up.
those 4-lane intersections at San Antonio and Middlefield and Charleston. So please consider just moving,
Your
simplify
time is up. You
the
will
solution
be,
by
your permission
taking
to speak will be
bike lanes off.
removed. Our next speaker is Scott O.
Hi, thank you. This is Scott O'Neill speaking as a resident adjacent to the North Fabian area right across Adobe Creek. I'm so excited about the core scenario. The CTI area always felt like a fixer-upper to many of us during the housing element process, and I'm appreciative that the city is following through on the fixing and the upping. I've been going to the community outreach sessions, and I'm glad I'm not arguing with folks at my tables. That may surprise some, okay, probably all of you, but it's true. The core scenario reflects what I've been hearing at these events about what my neighbors want. Thinking about how this area interacts and communicates with adjacent areas, there is so much potential in the Adobe Creek right-of-way to create an entirely off-street bike and pedestrian corridor that connects this whole area into South Palo Alto's main civic areas. The eponymous Magical Bridge passes right over this creek in Mitchell Park with its wonderful library and 3 adjacent schools. This trail has already started connecting the 101 pedestrian overpass and the Bay Trail to East Meadow Road, bypassing Fabian. All it would take is unlocking gates and extend the pedestrian access at least 1 and possibly 2 blocks. You need a direct access point to the creek trail on Fabian for CTI to get convenient access. The core plan seems to have the most of the rest of what you need, right, baked in there with CTI access to Fabian. Dovetailing with our previous items, south of Mitchell Park, the creek turns and passes tantalizingly close to Cobberly before turning back past Alma and onward. I see why it's out of scope for now. It's all outside the study area, even if only barely. But I'd love for this to be part of our future, with CTI feeling more like an extension of Palo Alto than of Mountain View. It's hard but possible, and I'm excited that the core plan lays groundwork for a future like this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Penny E.
Good evening, I'm Penny Elson. And I am here to ask you to not approve the staff recommendations as they stand right now. Regarding transportation analysis, the current zoning has not been implemented. So what is the legal argument for using it as a baseline? My understanding is a baseline should not include hypothetical conditions such as those that might be allowed but have never actually occurred under existing permits or plans. We need a baseline that represents today's existing conditions so that the public, staff, and council can understand what changes will occur from today's baseline, especially as it relates to changing traffic for mitigation planning purposes. Will traffic analysis also incorporate and evaluate projected traffic from all known projected background growth, including planned development in Mountain View and planned transportation facility changes to nearby City of Mountain View streets and VTA 101 interchanges and nearby streets that likely will impact Sarah project area streets, etc.? Which Mountain View and VTA projects does staff plan to include in the traffic analysis? Please be explicit. Further, my read is staff is telling council you can change the analysis and the baseline later, but if you read the project budget information, you really cannot. There's no money in the budget to redo this work, so let's please get it right the first time. Regarding office and retail, we know that new office and R&D space tends to be more intensively used than older spaces. Please direct staff to analyze the estimated planned occupancy density of the proposed 750,000 square foot office R&D space to help us understand its potential effects on the city's job, housing, and balance. Regarding outdoor space and parks, is the city counting paseos and other transportation facilities and outdoor restaurant seating space as park space? How does this conform with comprehensive plan requirements? How much of the 3 to 3.5 acres park and 1.5 acres of consolidated outdoor space in the CTI sub-area includes bike ped transportation facilities or is dedicated to retail use? Regarding mobility, the report says there will be near-term removal of on-street parking and built protected bike lanes throughout the San Antonio corridor area on both sides of the street. Will these be fully in place before the first buildings receive occupancy permits? This is critically important. And finally, I don't understand how the enhanced connections to Caltrain will be achieved. We've seen no concept plan. Pathways from Alma into and out of the station are narrow. Even today, with relatively low usage, the passages can be challenging to share on a bike, especially with trailers or panniers. Thank you for considering my comments and questions.
Our next speaker is Megan W.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Megan Watson with Grubb Properties. We're the developers of the 788 San Antonio Road housing project located in the central sub-area of the San Antonio Road Area Plan. We are strongly supportive of the improvements contemplated in the core scenario, including protected bike lanes, enhanced Caltrain access, and a safer, more inviting pedestrian experience. These are important goals, and we believe the existing special setback along our stretch of San Antonio Road presents a meaningful opportunity for Palo Alto to implement these goals thoughtfully and effectively. However, one critical issue must be addressed as part of any plan for increased residential density, which is management of the essential support services that dense housing inevitably requires. These include, but are not limited to, fire truck staging and emergency vehicle access, waste management collection, postal package and delivery services, move-ins and move-outs, increased bus and shuttle activity, and rideshare pickup and drop-off. To date, the city's preference has generally been to keep support functions within the private properties they serve. And while understandable, that approach conflicts with the plan's goals of creating protected, continuous, and safe bicycle and pedestrian facilities. Requiring all service activity to occur on site would increase curb cuts, driveway crossings, and other interruptions to those protected routes. We strongly support limiting curb cuts along San Antonio Road, and our design, in fact, includes 0. However, that goal requires a comprehensive curbside management strategy that accounts for the operational needs of dense housing, including fire access, waste management, deliveries, rideshare, etc. These functions cannot be treated as afterthoughts or pushed entirely onto private property without creating unintended consequences, notably reduction in housing potential. By utilizing a portion of the existing special setback, the city appears to have sufficient width to preserve a dedicated curbside lane along San Antonio Road for these essential services, while still advancing the plan's broader mobility and safety goals. This is especially important for car-light housing proposals like ours, which reduce private vehicle dependence but still rely on rideshare deliveries, shuttles, and other shared mobility services. Even car owners increasingly use these options, underscoring the need for an area-wide approach. Establishing this vision now is imperative. Several housing developments within the SARA plan are currently seeking approval, and these improvements should be planned and constructed concurrently with those projects. We're very appreciative of all the collaboration to date and all the great work that's been done to this, and look forward to the continued progress on this area plan and being a stakeholder in that process. Thank you for your time and consideration.
That concludes public comment on action item 15.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the public commenters for your close attention to this. It's critical that we have public participation in the preparation of this area plan. So just a reminder to council, in this current phase, phase 2, staff is really seeking council's endorsement, revision, or redirection of the land use and mobility assumptions that they should use in moving toward phase 3, as Mr. Kane said, which is phase 3 is the analysis and policy recommendations. So I first want to ask staff if there are any factual issues in the public comments or questions that you'd like to address.
Certainly, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would say that in regards to the transportation analysis, when we get to CEQA, when we do the environmental review, we will be comparing whatever the plan is, whatever the administrative draft plan is, to today's baseline. That is what our requirement is. But it's also very common to compare that to a no plan scenario, which is if we don't adopt anything and we just allow existing standards to go into effect, what are the impacts that would occur without our intervention, additional intervention. And so when we talk about and what we're doing in this phase, which is not the CEQA analysis, but is a transportation analysis to help guide land use decisions, we thought it was best to compare a core scenario versus what might happen if the council does nothing and were to abandon the plan entirely and just allow natural development forces, market forces to take effect. And so we are talking about existing zoning standards, not theoretical potential future zoning standards when we talk about the one scenario. And then the core scenario would be if we were to adopt what staff is recommending. So I just wanted to clarify that one point. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, questions, comments, motions? Councilmember Reckdahl.
Yeah, thank you for the work. A lot of work has gone into this, and I appreciate both the work that you've done and also that the community's done. Clerk, can you bring up the packet page 275? And this page has two tables on it, comparing existing zoning at the top with the core at the bottom. And what really stands out to me is that if you compare the very first line, the CTI neighborhood, and compare what existing zoning does versus the core scenario, we're adding 750,000 square feet in the core just in CTI. That's a huge amount of office space. That's like 4,300 jobs. And we're only adding 600 more housing units. So just that change is going to be a dramatic increase in our jobs housing imbalance. And I can't fathom why we would consider doing that. Can you enlighten me?
Certainly. So yes, it would be a lot of new Class A office space in the CTI area, but that is to balance the loss of commercial space throughout the entire plan area. It is the only part of the plan area that we are designating for new Class A office space. So we will also evaluate as part of this next phase whether that's the right amount or not in terms of how many jobs that might bring in. But we're looking at a loss of employment in North Fabian and in other parts of the plan area that we're looking to relocate into CTI. So I would ask you not to look at just the CTI by itself, but to look at the overall plan area in terms of the changes to commercial space.
But it's a little apples and oranges, because North Fabian has a lot of really low density engineering. We have high bays down there that are very, very lightly populated. And any type of new Class A office space is going to be very dense. And so if you just look at the square footage, it may look, oh, we're just moving it around, but you're fundamentally changing the type of employment that's occurring, and that's going to have a huge impact on the number of jobs offered.
I don't disagree, and I think that that's something we need to study during the next phase so we can come back, and if you would like to adjust that cap level down, then that's something that staff will do based on council direction. But we needed a starting point to start our analysis from, and that's what made sense to us, but it looks like the director has some thoughts.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right that we are, I mean, this is what we discussed in the April session, and we acknowledge that we're taking existing R&D space, which has a lower jobs per square foot than your Class A office space will. So that's acknowledged. And then we were talking in April, do we want to go with greater, do we want to have a net increase in office area, commercial office, keep it about the same, or a reduction? And I think the council's comments then were, well, certainly don't go more than what we have now. And that's what we've reflected, and I think we actually went below, I want to say 150 or 200 below maybe what we have now. But there is that employment density is something that we need to study and look at further. But the other tension, right, that we need to balance with this is that office does generate an economic return to developers. And when we are asking for more third spaces or open space or retail areas that might not otherwise, perform as well in this situation, or mobility interests, or even more affordable housing, office isn't going to solve all of that, but it's going to help with our analysis to find out what levers do we need to adjust to help get us there. It helps us achieve some of the public interest that we have while still keeping the square footage down. And the other piece that we have to that we're looking at with this area, and that we've talked about as a part of the housing element as well, was the location of this area relative to freeway access. I mean, yes, we are interested in transit and having folks utilize Caltrain and VTA. We want to have VTA routes along here, but people will also be driving here, and there's the improvements to the interchange from the freeway that will feed right into this development site as well. So all of that is correct, and we need to study that.
Yeah, let me finish up. My time is running up, but let me retort. Yes, jobs is one way of getting developmental fees to pay for parks and stuff like this. I think it's a really inefficient way of doing it. And the impacts to the community is much higher than what we get back from the developers. So I think we'd be much better off as a community paying for the parks ourselves than letting someone have 4,000 jobs in a very small area and give us a little money to pay back. Yeah. The second thing is that this was envisioned as part of the housing element, and this is supposed to, we have this huge jobs housing imbalance. We thought this would be a huge opportunity. And if we just tread water, even if we just tread water, we've given up this opportunity for making meaningful progress into our housing element or into our jobs housing imbalance. So I'm not a fan, so thank you.
So understood, and I think the council will have that opportunity to consider when we come back with the analysis, the land use and the transportation analysis about, and when we do our economic analysis as well, to find out how far does this move us toward advancing some of our interests. And it may be that there isn't that interest, and if that's the case, then that's one scenario. But I'll say the housing that we're anticipating, particularly in the CTI area, I think does have this relationship with office development. I mean, we're seeing it across the street in Mountain View in terms of how that development is proceeding as well. So we do think there's some synergy there, and we are trying to minimize that.
It is a really great place for housing just because across the freeway you've got thousands of Google jobs, and thousands of other tech jobs. So there's going to be a demand for housing. We could make this 100% housing and we would fill it very easily.
I understand that perspective. I don't know that that is how that. I certainly know for the folks who have an interest in developing this area, that's not the narrative that they would articulate. And we do have a representative who spoke during public testimony.
If I was a developer, I'd want to sell office here also. I mean, that they're going to make more money off that. And that's part of our job, is to say what's best for the community, not necessarily what's best for the landowner.
Understood, and I'm not disputing that. But we're also wanting to see a development come forward that is going to create the new neighborhoods that we have talked about. And it doesn't just happen with housing. It's difficult to assemble these lots because they are narrow and small. And what we're trying to do is create a new vision for what this looks like. And we believe, and council can tell us if you disagree with this, and we will proceed with your direction, but we believe that office is a component of that. And we believe that Class A office is a key part of that area. We've not conceded on not trying to improve the jobs housing imbalance. We know about those ratios. We know that challenge. We're not looking to make an existing situation worse, and we're trying to find out areas to improve it. And the other piece of this that we haven't talked about are all of the mobility interests that we want to implement that's going to help mitigate, because one of the biggest issues we have with office is traffic and the traffic generation that it causes. And so how do we create better infrastructure improvements to make San Antonio something where people might bike more or use bikes? Now, we heard members of the public expressing concern about that. And yes, today is not an area where I would enjoy biking on San Antonio, but tomorrow, hopefully, with these improvements, it would be. So I understand those points, and that's actually why we're here. So if your colleagues feel similarly that that's not the direction that that we should proceed, then that's the feedback that we should get tonight, because it will inform the analysis going forward.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Rectal, for just sort of acknowledging the time. And I was happy to let that conversation play out, because I think the thread was there and we needed to hear that. But I do want to say to other council members that if your time's up, we'll do more. We've got time, and we'll do second rounds and things. With that, Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I think the framework overall is thoughtful for me. I think the arrangement of heights and green space is good. I appreciate the outreach, having been to several of these sessions. Just a quick reaction and then some thoughts. I think the allocation of office within this plan is reasonable. I think we'd want to see more details about the actual impact on the jobs housing imbalance. Of course, we'd want to see community benefits for office, and hopefully tying those community benefits to, or hopefully getting some sort of negotiation or direct way to get a park in that CTI area. I think the impact on the jobs housing imbalance is not totally clear to me. Maybe I missed this, but I will say that to the extent that we are shuffling some jobs and offices around, I think having Class A office space is generally good. Then having some potentially polluting, potentially less desirable office space. I think moving it on CTI is better in terms of having it right by the freeway and having less neighborhood impact for the traffic and the office that we do have. So I think on balance, it makes sense. Just thinking about the public space that we'd want to create, I think having something like Springline, which is really anchored by office, but is a better asset, I think, to Menlo Park, for example, than just having only housing. Though I would also be happy with only housing. I think as we get to this next stage and think about more implementation details and policies, I would love to get more clear about the timelines and mechanisms for actually discussing parks with property owners and thinking about what kind of payments and or dedications we could get. I think on transportation, I'm not sure if this will be considered in the plan, but I think getting details about the sort of walking distance crosswalk to crosswalk for certain routes will be useful and interesting for me. I can realize, or I can just see from the map that going from certain parts of Fabian to CTI, for example, that might only be 200 feet directly on a map could actually take seemingly a half mile, or there could be other areas around Charleston where the way the crosswalks are laid out means that going a few hundred feet actually takes 1,000 feet or more of walking. I'm not sure if that would be included in the traffic analysis, but I think being able to think about that would be useful. I really appreciated and found thoughtful the public commenters' point about what we're actually going to use that special setback for and how we're going to think about that, how we can think about services, bike lanes, things like that, sort of comprehensively. And a last point, sort of going beyond this phase and thinking about other incentives. I think encouraging trees and green rooftops in whatever sort of incentives we can is good and almost goes without saying, but I'll say it. I think thinking about retail requirements is tricky. I like the layout of retail nodes. I think tying retail to office in some cases where it can't just be waived by the state density bonus might be a good idea. I think allowing adaptive reuse of spaces to successfully transition to retail is potentially important in a policy direction we might want to look at. So for example, if you have a small warehouse that just stores lab equipment or office chairs, you're never going to convert that to retail because you would need parking, you would need maybe a substantial rebuild of your sprinkler system. And so that lot could potentially wait years to be consolidated and then included as part of a housing development, or it could be a reasonable investment at some point in the future for someone to put several $100,000s in it, fix it up, and make it a retail space. The thing is, we'd actually need a path for that to be possible. If it costs millions of dollars in parking requirements and things like that, then that change of use will never happen. If it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars in subtle adjustments to parking, things might actually happen there. So a lot of thoughts, I think a lot of exciting and positive next steps to build on, and I appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Thanks very much. Again, I think we should be careful about not getting too deep into the details tonight. You're actually asking for direction, and I think that's what we should emphasize. I think your direction is correct. I think you did a very good summary of our last meeting. I thought it was extraordinarily good, covering all the points that you did. I think there's a number of comments that have been made. One of the huge things that we've talked about for years since the Housing Element Working Group is we want to build neighborhoods, not buildings. One of the big contributors to that, of course, is parks. And so you talk a lot about parks in here, which I think is terrific in a couple of places. And you talk about things like, you know, we might be able to do a 3-acre park and then some smaller parks. In the scheme of things, with the number of people that are out there, a 3-acre park is not a very big park. So I raise this in the context of we're going to need help with that. And it worked out fairly well in the end at Sobrato, for example, where with some horse trading, we ended up getting a park and getting space for an affordable housing unit. That's the kind of negotiations we need to have with major developers that are major landowners out there so that we can help together, you know, build up a whole community. And John and others, including myself, have talked with, Director Lade, myself and others have talked with developers over the last number of years to see what might be helpful out there, maybe taking the lead from the Sobrato project, So I think that we have to be open to that in a number of areas at this point as we kind of go forward. I do think the emphasis on parks is important for community, and the community is not just, meeting your friends in the park. It's also taking your kids to play there, and at some point, it's taking your kids to play soccer on teams. So you start thinking about sports fields on top of parks. If we're going to have it in any sort of vicinity, that's another whole dimension that at some point that I think we have to consider, because with 1,500 units out there, that could end up being 1,000 kids easily over time. I appreciate you mentioned again to try to, quote, discourage too many townhomes as a type. Not sure, look forward to seeing how you're going to be able to do that without being too restrictive of in-demand product types. Understood your point about the transportation analysis, which was very good. On that same page 225, which is where I was originally going to start, you talk about created a map which proceeds as most likely to develop, because what you're presenting here on 275 is the maximums, and you state in the report that those are just the maximums. Those are theoretical maximums. But there is, you already heard tonight, there's some concern on the part of the public that that's, now it's starting to look like that's reality. So we need to keep talking about that as theoretical maximum for planning purposes, and then you correctly talk about some sort of analysis to see which parcels are most likely to redevelop. For the public, could you just give a couple sentences of what that means when you're translating it?
Certainly. I would say that we've done some preliminary analysis already, but we'll continue looking at sites. For example, the Jewish Community Center is not likely to turn over and redevelop during the lifetime of this plan. There are, the girls' middle school was just approved. They've just broken ground. That's not likely to turn over during the lifetime of this plan. The greenhouse condominiums, again, because of the ownership model of a of condominiums, that's not likely to turn over during the lifetime of this plan. So we're going to look at where development is likely to occur and which parcels have the right ownership or potential for being combined to really redevelop, and then apply some assumptions. And you'll see that all in the analysis that we bring to you. But we're going to look at it. We understand that not every parcel in the entire plan area is going to be demolished and built to the maximum capacity. As you mentioned, townhomes are very popular. So even the ones that do develop aren't going to necessarily be maxed out in terms of heights or dwelling unit numbers. So all of that will be things that we try to refine more. We've been at this for about a year now, a little more than a year. And so far we've been very high level, and now we're starting to drill down a little bit more.
Yeah, no, that's good. I just wanted the public to hear a few sentences about how this is just a starting place. It's a formula, it's a modeling system. That's not really the net numbers that, we're ever going to get in all of our lifetimes, I think. So I just wanted that to be covered. I do think that we have to, at this level of planning, we still have to give you a lot of space to work and figure out what's best. Because when we talk about even like the jobs housing balance, that's not going to be in each of the subgroups. that has to be for that whole area. So if we were going to put the constraint on the CTI area that it had to, have no net new jobs, I think that would be too big a constraint for reality as well as for what we still need in terms of the flexibility to do this. I'm glad you repeated the note in there that the 1,559 new housing units in the plan area represents 26% of citywide housing allocation in the current RETA numbers. From the get-go, after the housing element was out, the narrative was most of the housing is going to go in this area, which has never been correct, but I'm glad you're specifying that, about 25% of it is for an area where there's, obviously, the reason it's there is because we have, a bunch of land there that we can work with. So I really appreciate that. Also, apropos of the end of last week's meeting, it's interesting to say there's a deliberate citywide strategy to meet the city's current and future housing needs by directing growth to transit-accessible locations throughout Palo Alto. Transit-oriented development, which is what we're doing. And you mentioned the downtown housing plan, the El Camino focus area, GM and Rome focus areas. All of that was done by the city and council, not state laws. So we're following the TOD strategy, and I'm just glad that was highlighted in this report. So generally, direction, I think, is right on for this phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So on the discussion of how much office we have, I'm going to be very interested in making sure that we're calculating jobs to jobs as opposed to square footage to square footage. And I will note that also to see what sort of square footage changes are being proposed. So if we're going from manufacturing and manufacturing services, not only the density there, but what roles do they play in our local economy? And this region on both sides of San Antonio toward Bayshore has historically been a key hardware manufacturing hub for Palo Alto, from satellites to electronic devices and the like. I think that there's probably no stopping those changes over time. It's already been evolving. But I want to make sure people realize that that's part of a transformation of our economy away from making things. And then I also want to make sure that when we're lumping commercial, breaking down how much retail before and how much envisioned retail we're looking at having. The staff report mentioned that the pipeline projects were, I think, consistent with the 90 feet in height, and that there was an update in the pipeline as of May. So 2 questions. Are there new projects in the pipeline, the applications that have happened in the last couple months? And if so, where? That's the first question.
I don't think there are new projects on San Antonio. I think there's been one project that has changed and maybe taller from when the planning or the city council had a pre-screening on it. And 90, I would say it's within that 75, 80 to 90 range, not quite.
Well, and that's my other question. This alludes to as if we have adopted a 90-foot limit on the areas that we've already upzoned, but I didn't think that was the case. I thought they were 75 to 85, and now we're talking about 90 default.
Correct. On the San Antonio housing focus areas, you're right. It doesn't go to 90 today. I believe it goes to 75. Is that correct? Am I wrong on that?
I'm not sure. I think it might go to 60, but certain individual sites have been upzoned above 60.
Yeah, the base is 60, but then we've approved some 75 to 85, but I'm pretty sure I read in the report that the report was suggesting that we've already established 90 as the baseline there.
Yeah, I think with the report we were talking, so understood. And if that is something that we need to clarify, that would be helpful guidance to get from the city council tonight. We are definitely had conversations in April about CTI 90, and Similarly for North and South Fabian, but transitioning to 65 near the lower density zoning. I think by way of extension, we were looking at the change areas, and we were assuming the change areas all might be at that 90. So, Councilmember, if there's direction on that, that would be helpful to get.
Okay, and then Director Late, when you alluded to kind of the benefits that could accrue from the greater amount of office in the CTI area, those being park benefits, et cetera, were you referring to those benefits necessarily being located in the CTI area, or that they would create impact fees for this greater area?
Yeah, well, they would increase, they would have impact fees, and the benefits are intended to be localized to this area, this plan area.
Well, the reason I ask that is if we're having more office and less housing than we're envisioning, but we're saying the good of that is that we're going to have more parks and things, that's not where we need the parks the most then.
We don't need the parks in this area?
Not as much as where we have housing, the greater density of housing is what I'm saying. That the parks need to be, if possible, closest to the housing. So if we're scaling back the housing in CTI, scaling up the office, then that becomes less need for park. I'm not saying no need.
Yeah, and so I think with, and I'll let Robert maybe speak to this more, and I see we're at time, but we'll have another round to dive into this, I guess. I don't know that we're scaling down so much the CTI housing area, but it is definitely more of a mixed use, and there's a lot of office being contemplated. But that is also an area that generates an opportunity for these third spaces. You saw Spring Line as an example, which is a draw, I think, for others in the area to come to. But Robert, you want to add more?
Yeah, I think there's two different things. One, there's the potential for, as part of the development, that they have publicly accessible open spaces, whether that's dedicated land to the city for parks or privately owned land that they maintain and keep open to the public. That's one thing. The second thing is the development fee, the impact fees that could be used anywhere in the plan area. So it will have a direct impact on the CTI, but it won't be limited to that through the impact fees.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move the staff recommendation.
We can keep talking as much as you want.
But put it on the table if you're accepting motions.
Sure. Robert's rules actually likes us to start with them, but that's not our practice, so I'll take them whenever we want. But we can talk as much as you want.
And one modification I'll make to it, because I agree with the discussion regarding the replacement of commercial areas into the CTI. I appreciate staff's kind of interpretation of the council discussion. I know, at least from my perspective at the time, I was hoping for more of the replacement of jobs to jobs rather than square footage. I know that analysis needs to be done, so I'm not saying it. I think at least to explore that and to be able to kind of bring back those two scenarios for us to be able to consider at the time that we make the final decision.
I'll second the motion just to shape our discussion, but I will not cut off discussion before everyone's had as much say as they need.
Great, thank you. And then, given the hour, I'll just align my comments mostly with Councilmember Lowing. I think this is a really good direction. I think staff took the council feedback. I'm appreciative of where we're going with housing and the incentives to make it happen. And generally also think what you're proposing here with regards to office and retail with my little change and outdoor space and parks, mobility, transportation, et cetera. I think we're on the right path. I know tonight is not the final decision, so that's my motion.
Thank you. I just want to, it's interesting. When I first moved to Palo Alto, I lived on San Antonio Road. I lived at 670 San Antonio Road in a duplex with my husband. And what's interesting is it hasn't changed that much. That was 92 in that area. And so it's really nice to look at what it could be and what we need it to be as a city, and how we, with making this much change, address the jobs housing imbalance. What do we want to do? But I'm really, the public commenters who mentioned the current situation about the problematic roads, transportation situation on San Antonio, the dangers for bikes in the region and all of that. I'm excited to see some of these separated bikeways. And I'm particularly intrigued by the alternative bike route parallel to Alma. That could be a little challenging. Can you tell me a little more about I know it's premature to get into the details of that, but just sort of directionally what you're thinking of in terms of exploring that?
Certainly. I don't think we're looking at acquiring additional right-of-way, but we've heard from a lot of residents that traveling through the circles is challenging if you're not very familiar with that area. And so therefore they don't. They avoid it. So perhaps through better signage or improved facilities there, that could be an alternative to having things on Alma. Our initial suggestion was to put a two-way bikeway on the east side of Alma, connecting San Antonio Avenue up to Charleston, or Meadow, sorry. I forget which one it hits first. That works for some people. Other people don't want to be on Alma at all. So we want to explore if there is something else that could be done to allow for some kind of alternative for people who don't feel comfortable riding along Alma, even if there is an improved bikeway there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate, we'll be talking about the BPTP soon enough, but I appreciate you looking at that, because it is a challenging area. I mean, Alma is kind of a no-go at present. The circles are, I've gotten a little turned around in there myself from time to time. But I do think with adding more people and wanting to encourage multimodal transportation, that it's really important to try to sort that out, and that's a kind of a challenging area. I actually also appreciated Councilmember Lowing's comments and agree with them as well. And at this point, I don't need to add more, but I will call on Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, and we can go back to anyone else who has more questions and or comments.
Thank you. I thought I had rung in, and I don't think I had, so I did want to be a part of this conversation. Appreciate it. I want to go really big picture here and just commend you for the work of really planning a new set of communities in a pre-existing city. It's exciting and daunting, I imagine. As a kid, I lived in one of the nation's first planned communities outside of Washington, D.C., called Reston, Virginia, which today still serves as a model for planned communities around the world. There were single-family homes situated near townhomes, near row houses, near apartments, so people of all income levels were neighbors of one another. And there was this commitment that everybody would have no more than a 10-minute walk on a nice, safe path to groceries, schools, recreation, parks, transit, retail, grocery. So I just grew up with that as normal, and came to realize it isn't. But for that reason, I find it very cool that here you are sitting here with all of this raw material, as challenging as it is. What an opportunity to contemplate a new set of Palo Alto neighborhoods. And in the 21st century, with a very climate-forward agenda, I really am excited that what we end up coming up with could be a blueprint for other municipalities, which I always find very inspiring. I do appreciate the references in the materials and tonight to third place, and sometimes people are saying third space, and it's confusing. What is it? I encourage folks really trying to take this concept forward to look up the work of Ray Oldenburg, the sociologist who defined the concept and developed the term, so that we can have confidence that if we are in fact trying to ensure there are third places, that we are not doing something derivative of what this guy came up with, but that we really understand what the concept is so that we can, kind of aim our darts accordingly. I am concerned about the size of the parks identified for, why are you laughing, Director Late?
I was asking my colleague if I was the one who said third spaces.
I'm glad you asked your colleague and not me. Okay, so the size of the parks, you've said the biggest one is going to be 3 to 3.5 acres in the, I think, Fabian area. And I am really concerned about something that small being planned because as I've looked into our parks and our acreage, it looks like the standard neighborhood park is between 4 and 5 acres. And I'm so concerned that we not create on this South Palo Alto border with Mountain View next to 101, a set of neighborhoods that somehow feel less than. I think we have to always be on guard for what feels less than. And I think this juncture is way too soon to be making compromises around things that are going to speak to quality of life, a perception of amenities, and sort of allegiance to the true character of Palo Alto. I encourage you to still be fighting for that and to be fighting for that 4 to 5 acres as opposed to compromising right now at 3 or 3.5. I want to know why Cubberley was not mentioned. It was on the maps, but it was not in the text. And if Cubberley becomes what we tonight articulated yet again is our community's hope and expectation, there are many homes on this San Antonio corridor that are in some walking distance to Cubberley. And the green space there, if it happens, I mean, it could end up being a tremendous draw and destination with what is planned in terms of outdoor space. It's all hoped for right now. It is potential. It is nowhere near a done deal. But I think as we're planning for what you've got here as a 20-year thing, like, let's add some reference to the potential redeveloped Cubberley Community Center. Let's, by the time you come back to council, I think you plan for the end of Q4, we'll know whether the ballot measure passed. And if it does, we need to see Cubberley in the written documents here describing, what is in the vicinity of this area. And the last thing I'll ask is, is the potential for another safe parking lot anywhere on this team's radar?
Well, I'm involved in the conversations that our city manager's office is having on that, and so that's always something that we're thinking about. In terms of the planning stages of where we are, we're still kind of at the high level, and we haven't gotten to the place where we're thinking more tactically for this plan area.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, I know I want to go back to Councilmember Burt, but if there's any of the others of you, please put your lights on. So Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So, Director Late, one of the things that you have mentioned before, I think, is that we look at certain zoning or what we'd want to build out to, but then we have this dilemma of the state density bonus laws that could come in. So can you reassure us that we're not going to zone for one thing and get another thing?
Well, so I would say that is direction that we talked about that in April, and maybe I'll take a step back. I can't, with the way the state is so aggressive.
Under current law, under current law.
So here's what I would say about that. At 90 feet for housing, we're probably not going to get more. There's not much more a developer would want from us in terms of state density bonus law. There might be some, development standards in terms of like setbacks
or elimination of retail.
Right. In terms of height or building mass, we're kind of at that limit, because then you start getting to a different construction type, which adds to cost and so forth. So now where we transition to the lower heights of 65 feet or have some of these other areas, if it is our intent to not have that go taller, then we might need to think about some kind of an alternative to the state density bonus law. We've done this in other parts of the city, where we have like our housing incentive program, for instance, that says as an alternative to state density bonus law, you can get these incentives here, which generally tend to be better than what you can get under the state density bonus law for the existing zoning. I would just have to take a look at the recent rezoning that we've done as a part of this area to see how that fits into that. Because as we've done it now at 65 feet, those are not alternatives to the state density bonus law. That's just the base zoning that got increased. And so for those, it would be eligible to go higher.
Okay, well, I'll just leave it as something we need to be very aware of so that we actually zone for what we want. And then I was concerned about preservation of some key retail. And, we have a corner on Middlefield that's a nursery. We have a grocery store there. It's not a full-scale grocery store, but a ethnic grocery store, but it's the only one in that area. Excuse me. So that's the only one in the San Antonio area there. So I'm concerned about upzoning on some really vital retail lots, and I would want to exclude some of those. On the other hand, what do we have? 4 different gas stations, and the future is going to be fewer gas stations in all likelihood. So that portion of the retail we could give up, but I am very concerned about that. And then at a high level, we've heard from members of the public, and it's a very legitimate concern. We've got a goal of over 1,500 housing units here in this housing cycle. But we're doing zoning that we could see potentially the market responding and far greater than that in a period of time sooner than we've developed the infrastructure, or really maybe more than what we thought was the likely build out. And so I'm interested in whether we phase any of this zoning change, so we don't do it all in one bite. We may have a master plan consideration that said phase 1 is this, and anticipated phase 2 is this, but we monitor what happens in phase 1 before we go forward to phase 2. I don't know what that would involve, but I want to conceptually think about that so that we don't end up getting something that is different in a time frame different from what we had anticipated. And I just want to address the Vice Mayor's concern on what would be in upcoming housing elements. And one of the things that we've received a kind of a tentative concept on the next RHNA housing plan is that the state is going to be looking at, even though the projections on population growth show that the state will be flat and this region relatively flat, although that could change with inducing housing to some degree. They are looking at fewer residents per housing unit as a goal, and as that would influence the housing allocations, is to drive down the number of residents per housing unit. So we could have more housing, but not so much as proportionally more people going forward. So I just wanted to make sure folks knew about that. And then lastly, I did want to just commend how thoroughly we're looking at this area and all the different areas of impact. What's the impact on affordable housing and retail and our infrastructure of sewage and water, parks, traffic, and multi-mobility, and we have a big problem with traffic here. And contrast that really to our discussion last week, where we were looking at a massive upzoning potentially ahead of considering those impacts. And I think this really demonstrates what you need to do to design good communities, and that just increasing zoning without doing this would result in really undesirable outcomes in the long term. So I think we're on the right track of how we're approaching this, and thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, can you talk more about retail? In the tables, for example, it lists commercial area and it doesn't distinguish between office and retail. Do you have estimates of how much retail we expect?
So we're currently looking at that. It's a little tricky getting the data for what's currently there because a lot of parcels have multiple tenants that have different commercial types. And the data that the county has versus the data that professional databases like CoStar have don't always align with each other. So we're doing our own analysis to see what the current level of different types of commercial are, and so we don't just have that one commercial number for you when we come back. But we're also doing analysis based on how many residents, what do we think the right amount of retail should be in the plan area in terms of square footage. So that's all things that we're analyzing. We did some preliminary things that were in our existing conditions report that we came to you back in, I think, October of last year. But we're doing more analysis on that. It is an area that we understand is very important to get right.
Okay. The staff report mentions retail nodes. Do you have any idea of where those nodes are going to be?
So we would like to see them in the new neighborhoods, the North Fabian and CTI specifically, but also potentially at key intersections, either at Charleston or Middlefield along San Antonio.
Okay, yeah, I think retail is really important. If we're trying to get a vibrant neighborhood, it's far more important than office. And so if we do have commercial space, I'd like to see that skewed towards more retail and less office, because I think the overall benefit is much bigger for retail. Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thank you, colleagues. I see no further lights. Going once, going twice, going to a vote.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
No.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, well, thank you very much, Mr. Kane, Director Lade, staff. We appreciate it. We'll see you again on this, and we'll close up that item.
Can I speak to my no?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think we're on the right path. I just think that on CTI particularly, we just are so far off on the appropriate amount of office that I didn't want to vote for this, because I think the adjustments that were in the motion, I thought were too mild. I thought we need to scale back CTI office far more. So that's why I voted no.
All right, well, thank you. It's because I like you. We don't usually speak on action item votes, but I wanted you to be able to get that. Usually consent, right? No. On action? Oh, anyway, but I do like you. And we can wrap it up. All righty. So we have our closed session. It's 10:27. I would suggest that we give it a go unless staff says no, and try to, maybe we can wrap it in 30. How folks feel about that? All right. Otherwise, we might have an extra meeting, folks. So, all right. Excellent. Well, then may I have a motion to adjourn into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Will you call the roll?
And for the record, there are no requests to speak.
That was just, thank you. Sorry. I had skipped that.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Thanks very much. All right, so we're reconvening from our closed session. We had no reportable action on item 16, and that leads us to our next item, which is adjournment. So thank you all, and good night.